Start the show. Let's put the little StreamYard logo up there just for. I'll take that. What's good, everybody?
Oh man,
we in that Friday mood today, man. We ready to hang out.
It's Friday. I officially, after the show's over, I officially get these braces off. Like obviously Invisalign or whatever, but I got to go get the little things on my little connectors or brackets on my teeth taken off today. So no post show today, guys. I got to go. I get to have gum for the first time in a couple of years. Can you have gum? You can't have gum, huh? Because you got the
I can have gum.
Oh, you can have gum with that?
Yeah. I mean, I don't usually, but yeah, I can.
None of like sticky candies. That's not an issue or nothing like that.
Because I don't eat that trash. What you mean?
Skittles aren't trash. Calm down. Starbursts are not trash.
Like I'm gonna eat a sticky candy. Come on, man. Is it chocolate? Is it a chocolate sticky candy? Because other than that, ain't gonna be me.
Starburst is top tier.
Truth is, Starburst isn't bad.
Sour Patch Kids are fire too. What you think about that, Jesse? You don't like Sour Patch Kids, Jesse?
I think so.
Oh no, they're definitely top 10, maybe top 5.
I don't know about that.
What was the other one the other day? Oh man, I can't even remember. It was something silly. What's up, Cheryl? Hey.
What's happening, Cheryl? Hey, Cheryl. I think something's going on out there.
They need to show some respect. That's what needs to happen.
I think something is going on out there. We'll talk about it, but
yeah,
man, I'm a little
right.
I'm a little worried about you. What's good, baby? Happy Friday. Welcome in here to the April 29th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Why do I get this one?
Acknowledge me.
And you get that one.
Acknowledge me.
Yours is funnier.
Mine is funny.
Speaking of, I don't think I've seen that man say acknowledge me since WrestleMania.
No.
Not tapped in.
And that same Z's. Just not paying attention, man. Not paying attention. But we're glad you're paying attention to us. For now, stick around long enough. You might not be. Yesterday was a wild one, so who knows what today brings. Steph and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You know how we do. It's Friday, baby. First pour coming up. Just 4 hours from right now. Kyle Madson will be with us coming up in the 2 o'clock hour. We'll talk 49ers football. We'll talk NFL draft with him. James Ham, of course, will be here at 3 o'clock. Our Kings Insider, the Kings Beat. Of course, it was 1 week ago that the lists came out. Now what? Well, it's all hang tight and find out.
I don't want to hang tight. I'm impatient right now. I need to know the direction of this franchise. I'm out here trying to make the franchise better by myself right now. I'm out here making moves and calling general managers by myself. I need help. I need them to step up.
I'm sorry. You buried the lead. You called the general manager.
Well, I did some negotiating in the public here. With Danny Ainge.
Boy, you did. I have never seen the world unite. I have never seen the internet unite like it did last night.
There were 3 parts. There was 3 parts.
Kenny Caraway.
No, there was 3 parts. There was 3 parts there. There were people that supported. They're like, yeah, let's go for it. They were there.
Okay.
They were the silent minority, but they were there.
Yeah.
Then they had the people that thought.
That was Cheryl in Elk Grove, Cheryl in Baltimore.
Then they had the people that thought it was stupid for the Jazz.
Yep.
Quote, one of them said, hopefully the Jazz are doing crack.
Yeah, that's right.
And then
right. I can't remember if it was crack or Coke, but it was definitely one of those.
Yeah. And then
Yep.
you had the people who didn't want it for Sacramento.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you, buddy. I don't know what to tell you.
I know what to tell them. Shut the hell up and let me do my job. That's what I tell them.
Yeah. Sir, that is in fact not your job.
And there ain't nobody else doing it right now.
Well, you don't know that. Like, the Jazz season just ended a couple hours ago.
Work them back channels, man. Talk to them agents. Deals should be in place.
Wow. Trevor Bauer has been suspended for 2 years.
Jesus.
Anybody remember Trevor Bauer?
Served?
That's a great question. Because didn't he miss all of last year?
Yeah, most of it. I'd say 85% of the season he missed.
Well, Jeff Passan just tweeted that Trevor Bauer has received a 2-year suspension, which is, I only laugh because didn't the Dodgers don't want anything to do with him?
No.
But they're like, go ahead. Just
you're on paid leave. Just don't be around here. Don't be around us.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a wild situation. I haven't dove into it in depthly, so I don't want to speak on it too much.
I stopped. I did once, and I was like, you know what? I'm good. He don't play for the Giants. I don't need to worry about this. I'm good.
Damn.
I read more than I needed to about Trevor Bauer.
Ooh.
And now I think he's suing the woman.
Yeah, that came out earlier this week. And I'm sure he's going to be suing Major League Baseball.
Eventful weekend for Trevor Bauer. Eventful weekend, I should say.
Lawyered up.
Trevor Bauer. A eventful night last night with the NFL draft. 9 draft day trades. 2 marquee receivers. 1 big fat wide receiver contract. No Deebo Samuel involved. However, Ian Rappaport said today that was because of the San Francisco 49ers. He says there was deals out there, including one from the New York Jets at number 10 that the 49ers just didn't want to pull the trigger on. So we'll talk about that as the day progresses. KC also, and by the way, for those who aren't on social media, don't worry. We'll dive into the tweet that united America last night. We'll dive into the tweet that united NBA Twitter last night. I wanted to jump in and help my partner, but it was kind of like it. I kind of just looked at it like, hang in there, buddy.
I ain't need no help.
Yeah,
look,
fam.
They got people talking stupid trade. So look, we'll get into it because I'll be like, all right, give me better ones.
All I know is
can't.
All I know is we was talking this morning and I pulled up the tweet and I was like, Kenny, how many people responded to this tweet? Like, did they post this on NBA TV last night? NBA on TNT, and just everybody saw it and came for your neck.
Hey man,
we'll dive into the intricacies of GM Caraway's tweet.
I mean, basically, it's just one of them things last night where
it's so desperate. He's just a desperate fan. I barely know who the f you are.
Okay,
it's really what it came down to.
All right. The Suns, 76ers, and Mavericks all move on last night as well. Luka Doncic wins his first playoff series.
What you looking at me for? Like air horn supposed to come or something?
No, I'm looking at you because where would you? So for those, so Luka Doncic won his first playoff series.
It's better. It's better.
Look at the bottles behind me.
Don't be pausing after that sentence like there's supposed to be some air horns.
Well, you're my co-host.
No, Cuban and all these guys. Like, no, you just lay out the facts. They won. Good for them.
Am I allowed to look this way now, or would you prefer I continue to stare at Tommy Smith and Giancarlo over here to my left? Man.
Good. No, look, in all seriousness, because he has done what I've asked for and what irritated me the most. I feel like Luka's calmed down a little bit with the whining and complaining as of late, and I find watching him much more enjoyable now. So good for him to get that done.
Yeah, it wasn't meant for a big grand proclamation. All I was saying was Luka Doncic wins his first playoff series. I didn't need air horns. I didn't need to be chastised. I didn't need air horns.
I'm not sure because first round series are emotional.
You're a jerk. Let me tell you something. You're a soulless jackass. I'm going to tell you that right now. You suck. I'm gonna tell you that. And by the way, first is courtside Kenny. We can't even get close enough. Like the regular people, like me, everybody listening in the chat house, we can't get down close enough to say hi to Kenny. Now I'm not even allowed to look at him. You see how this new ESPN contract has gone to his head? I can't even look at him when I talk. And now he's a soulless human being who won't give Willie Green like a little bit of love because
series are emotional, man. You know, I guess.
Dude, that's foul, dude. You and Jesse both are just soulless human beings, just soulless. He was not doing the Jordan cry. He was like, y'all suck, man. He was, hey, I felt Willie Green in that moment. He was like, yo, my squad went out there. They played for me. We were like 1-13. They was probably talking about firing me. I'm 40 years old. This is my first coaching job. I'm here with Chris Paul, who obviously loves me. Monty Williams is a guy that I've looked up to. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to embrace my brother. I'm going to show him some love. He's getting love from Chris Paul. The crowd is cheering from all this. And you hate on him, both of you, because you're soulless.
Hey, man.
You're heartless.
I like Willie Green. He did a great job.
Kanye said it. How could you be so heartless? That's you.
Underrated smash.
Underrated. It was like the #1 record in the country for months.
When people talk about some of the great Kanye songs, they tend to forget about that sometimes. It was a great song, Heartless, because they don't like 808 and Heartbeat.
Clearly about you.
Look, Willie Green, he did a hell of a job in his first year. He has nothing to hang his head down for. Yeah, I just never seen that before.
You have seen it before. Chris Paul cried after beating the San Antonio Spurs in the first round. I mean, he shed a little, I mean, like a thug tear. It's not like he was, he wasn't Jordan crying, Jesse. He was just a little emotional. Does that sound familiar?
Jesse. Jordan, what?
Oh man,
I've never seen a coach cry and put their head in the shoulders of the opposing coach.
Y'all are just heartless human beings, man. You guys have no souls. You guys are horrible.
Look, this is coming from a guy. Look, I can be a cry baby. I'll cry. Well, I forgot what I was watching not too long ago, and it was really random on TV, and I felt the emotion. I felt the emotion, and they were cutting onions in the room, right? It's not the crying.
You didn't feel the emotion last night?
No.
Man, you are heartless.
No, I did not.
Miss P got it right, man. You are emotionally unavailable.
I don't think I've ever felt the emotion in a first round series.
Okay. All right. Let's revisit this topic if the Kings ever make the damn playoffs.
When they lose, I ain't crying.
You ain't the coach either. What a heartless human being you have turned out to be. Unbelievable.
Hey man, what a season though. What a season. It was just I just wasn't prepared for that.
You don't know what connection that man has with Monty Williams or with Chris Paul or what he might have been told 13,
Chris
14
Paul was
games in this season.
Too.
Chris Paul was emotional. He was out there in New Orleans. He was in front of his people. They were cheering him. Man,
How long was he in New Orleans? Like 4 years?
He got there right after Katrina. How do you not understand this story of Chris Paul in New Orleans?
I absolutely understand.
He got there right after Katrina.
Yeah, he did. He did a great job. Took him to the playoffs, all this other stuff.
And as much as we joke about it, he was hand in hand with your quarterback. Everywhere they went, everything that New Orleans was trying to do, it was Chris Paul and it was Drew Brees.
That guy. Big ups to both of them. They did a great job in New Orleans.
We could think whatever we want to about Drew Brees, but that's what happened. That's true.
And seriously, he did a great job in New Orleans after Katrina.
Who hurt you? Cheryl in Elk Grove, if you're listening, why is Kenny like this?
Look, I'm a crier. I've got crying.
Did you cry
constantly.
When that dude ascended the ladder? I need to know. When was the last time you cried over a sporting event?
What they say. Here's from Tesla.
I can't deal with this. I'm done. It's the Kenny Caraway show for the rest of the day. Kyle will be here. James will be here. I won't. I can't believe this.
Hey, man. Look, Willie Green. I just never seen that before.
Okay, well, you saw it. So what? Just because you ain't never seen it. Man, it's because you're heartless.
JJ Redick would be so upset with me right now, by the way.
He would be. And rightfully so. And
Wait,
rightfully.
Wait a
rightfully
minute.
So.
Wait a minute. Now, if we go give Willie Green a pass, why didn't we give Pat Bev a pass?
Because Pat Bev been to the playoffs 47 times. Pat Bev been to the playoffs 47 times. And he was Jordan crying. He wasn't holding back emotion. Willie Green was holding back emotion. Pat Bev was sobbing. I hate this show so much. But it's on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. We'll be back. Jesus. That McQueen will mix real nice with this.
What is that?
It's just a little caffeine, man. I didn't sleep well last night and tried to force myself through a workout when I should have slept in. No, it's amino acids that have the red one. The red one that I drink doesn't have caffeine. The orange one has caffeine.
Damn, I do feel like I need to go get a Coke.
Yeah, orange soda's legit.
Oh, for sure. But
if I mix this with carbonated water, it tastes like orange soda. Like it's super good.
You gotta be intentional and specific with it. Like I don't want Fanta. I need Crush. Who?
I don't
Stop it. That's syrup. That's not even soda.
Yeah, I don't want that either. Is this true? Did you cry when Ghost was killed?
Did I cry when?
I'm bothered that you're thinking about it.
Nah, I didn't. I'm trying to think if I cried when anybody when it was sad when Julio got killed. I don't know if I cried, but it was sad when Julio got killed. Raina dying was sad.
Yeah, that was tough.
There was something that I watched recently where I was like, whew. I can't remember. It was recent though. It was one of the shows I watched recently.
I can't remember the title of it, but the colorism episode of Blackish gets me. And then that scene with Rainbow and Ruby at the end.
Yeah. This is gonna bother me because it was something I was watching. I was like, damn, kind of got me. I don't know. It was recent though. I'll cry. It's not the crying per se. It's the setting. I just didn't see that. I was like, why? What are we doing here?
Who killed Julio?
I think it was like Lobos. I think Lobos killed him.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
His crew.
Yeah. I got you.
Hardball's kind of trash.
Is Hardball
That's Keanu
Ace?
Reeves.
Oh.
Yeah, Hardball's kind of trash.
I don't think I've seen that. What's Moneyball? Is that that's the Brad Pitt movie, right?
Yeah.
Well, I cry when I fill up for gas, so I guess
there's plenty. Like I said, there's plenty of things going on make me cry.
That's the true story, not the bag part. I did shed a little tear when I got this when they made this show official.
Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I was working at my job. I had to get up out there, go into the car, and because I was making a post, and it was that post I had when Nipsey Hussle talks about, I went through every emotion. I wanted to all this other, and as I'm hearing that, it just, I had to step out.
Oh, there you go.
There we go. Once again, crying is not the issue. I cry. It was that setting that was like, hadn't seen this before. They all and they'll say they all loved it, but it's like, damn, Coach cried. Damn.
I didn't have what's that thing called Slack in the right place, and I just saw your message. They hit Kenny like he was Stat Muse. Oh, that's a fabulous line. Fabulous line.
Last time I cried because of sports, I think it was 2002 San Francisco Giants. So when they lost Game 6, I knew it was over, and I was kind of stunned. And then when it actually happened, losing Game 7, I had a couple tears come down. I was like, "Damn, I'm never gonna see them win a world title. It's the best chance ever. It's never gonna happen."
Understandable.
I think I was 17, maybe 18 or something like that. I've never cried for sports when I'm happy. Not even like my own games or whatever. Oh.
Nothing. Just trying to spend a Friday figuring out when Kenny last cried. Steeler and KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. For reasons known to no one but himself, Kenny Caraway has a big issue with Willie Green crying last night.
I cried when Reese was born. That was very emotional.
That's an appropriate time to shed a tear.
Yeah. Like I said, there was a TV show in the last 6 months that got me kind of emotional. It's not the crying.
There was nothing wrong with the setting.
We cry together, Ja Rule. But it was just, I was kind of like, why?
The emotion of the season, the emotion of the man's first season as head coach. How many jobs has that man interviewed for and maybe didn't get or was passed over? Or remember, this team started 1-13. And that was a game last night. That lost in all this. One, what a masterful performance from Chris Paul. I mean, just incredible. But the Pelicans were. We will. The Pelicans were right there with them, and maybe it was a moment of pride for him. Like, yo, look at my guys' work.
Yeah.
Put that message up on the screen.
Miss P says, I did shed tears of joy when Schmuddy Field was traded.
Schmuddy Field. Yes, indeed.
All right. I guess so.
I know.
The first round, man. You'll be back next year. You'll be coaching next year. It's just
916-349-1320. Our brother
Monty
TC.
Williams is like, bro, get off me.
That is not what Monty Williams did at all. That is absolutely not what happened. TC, what's good, brother?
Man, what's up, my two brothers, man?
Man, get your boy over here.
What up, TC?
Yeah, hey, you know what? That's what I called too. Hey, Kenny, man, cut it out, man. I pray and hope that the Kings get it. Whatever dude we hire, I hope he is emotional as Willie Green, man, because that was emotions last night. Kenny, you a ball player, bro. You should know that, man. It wasn't nothing weird. That was special last night. And then to see Monty Williams, bro, to hug him and embrace him, and you know what I mean? Bro,
hey,
that was special last night, bro. Wasn't nothing wrong with that. That wasn't weird.
I didn't say nothing was wrong with it. I said I just don't understand it.
You would understand it if it was the Kings, coach, for sure.
No, I wouldn't. Not in the first round.
I won't. I can't lie. I'm gonna be honest with everybody. If Luke Walton was out there crying, I'd be laughing too. I don't know why. I just know myself well enough to know if it was Luke Walton, I'd be laughing. I'm okay with that. I'd be okay with that. For some reason, though, Luke Walton, I know I'd laugh. Like, man, what are you crying for? Like, knock it off. Like, shut up.
Hey,
but it depends on who it is, though. See, Will Hardy, Darvin, if it's a first-year coach, like if Mike D'Antoni's out there crying, then I'd be like, oh, what is happening right now? Willie Green, circumstances are important. He's a first-year head coach. This is his first run. He probably interviewed last time around. It was passed over for Stan Van Gundy. They saw what an epic failure that was. Hey, I think it was appropriate. But if Steve Clifford is out here sobbing because the Kings got to the play-in, I don't know. So seeing Steve Clifford cry would probably shock the entire NBA world.
Yeah, he's hardcore.
Yeah. He ain't here for them. He was like Kenny watching that last night. Like, What is this dude doing? What? Willie Green doing shedding tears. Give me a break.
Hey, man. More power to Willie Green, man.
All right.
More power to Willie Green. He did, like I said, he did a great job this year. Great job. 1-13. I think at one point they were 3-16. And to fight all the way back, get in a play-in situation. They won 2 games, right? Yeah, they won 2 games in the play-in. They get to the playoffs. They pushed the number 1 seed. I know it wasn't a game 7, but to the brink.
Yep.
Hell, cry all you want because you did a hell of a job.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you did a hell of a job this year, Willie Green.
And so I thought that would be an interesting team to watch this offseason.
Mm-hmm.
However, there was some media availability today. And one of the guys who, or maybe not one of the guys, the guy I think a lot of us were focusing on was Zion Williamson. And Zion's like, yo, put it in front of me right now. I'll sign it. Does that take any of the intrigue off of the New Orleans Pelicans this year? Do you think there's still there's some Zion issues that need to be worked out with New Orleans, or is that just hype?
I think there's some issues that need to be worked out, and Zion is smart. Me signing his contract don't do nothing but guarantee my checking account.
Yeah.
If I don't want to be here next year, I can tell you I don't want to be here. What you gonna do? Say I'm under contract? This ain't the NFL. You can't franchise me.
Flip flopper, you are.
You can't franchise me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I can either not play or I can make it perfectly clear. You can keep me here for 2-3 years. I'm going to leave and go to New York when this is all said and done.
Of course.
So you can get something for me now if you want. Signing a contract don't stop nothing.
I understand. You still think that's a thing. And by the way, I think that line of thinking is more common than we realize. Sign the contract, figure it out later.
For both sides, really, to be honest.
100%. Atlanta and John Collins. I'm absolutely positive that was a situation of sign the contract, we'll figure it out later.
The only people who don't do that are the Kings.
That is fact. Monty McNair was. I'm not trying to figure out Bogdanovich later. Just forget it. Girl, bye. I don't need this. Still believe that was the right decision, by the way. But I think that line of thinking is pretty common. So you're still on alert then.
Yeah, I'm still on alert. Yeah, I'm still on alert. I do think he comes back next season. I don't think he's traded or anything else. It comes back to New Orleans. Okay. I don't think he's traded. Even without a contract, I don't think he was going to be traded or anything like that. With a guy like that on the rookie deal and everything, you've got to, in my opinion, you got to exhaust every possibility.
Yep.
You have to have concrete evidence that he's not going to play for you. You're wasting your time. And you'd be better off moving him right now to even consider moving on from him. If he's still I'll sign the contract, or, I'm with the Pelicans right now. As long as he's even playing that game, if he really does want to be somewhere, all right, come on, you with the Pelicans, let's go.
Yeah. I mean, he's got to feel. I would think all parties would feel good about what's ahead of them. They Ingram, obviously, we can't say enough great things about. He's a superstar. Herbert Jones, what a phenomenal draft pick for them. The acquisition of CJ McCollum. CJ for the most part has been really, really good. Jonas Valanciunas plays his role beautifully. You throw Zion into that mix. I mean, Alvarado kind of hit the world stage this year. He's a name people are going to be paying attention to. Because he's got a specialty. Yeah. Right. He has a uniqueness to his game. That's what makes him stand out. It's not he's a scorer. He's not a flashy guy. No, he has a uniqueness to his game that he's a rare player that when the Pelicans are on defense, your eyes are drawn towards him.
Yeah, he's a new Pat Bev.
Did he cry last night?
I don't think so.
I don't think he did either.
Yeah.
I really do think it was just Willie Green and Chris Paul, yeah. Man, Chris Paul was 14 for 14. He's probably crying like, man, that is one of the all-time playoff performances last night.
It is in the closeout situation. What a performance from Chris Paul. And I mean, we talked about it a little bit. I was thinking about it, especially coming off the heels of the conversation that we had a couple days ago. I mean, Chris Paul, he's an absolute one of one. One of one is what Chris Paul is.
Yeah, he's not like, when you look at other players, and this was kind of this conversation was birthed yesterday with it started with the Kyrie Irving thing, and then Russell Westbrook was brought in, and then Steph Curry was brought in, and then we realized how unique Chris Paul is versus all of those guys. And Steph Curry is unique in his own way as well, from the scoring standpoint. All of those guys are unique. Kyrie is unique because of his just incredible playmaking ability.
Right.
Russell Westbrook is unique in his ability to his explosiveness, but really his ability to do just about anything. Chris Paul is unique in his ability that he makes. He doesn't make guys around him better. He doesn't make guys around him better. Chris Paul is the dude who makes everyone around him better. Everyone talks about how LeBron makes guys better. I don't know if LeBron necessarily makes guys better as much as LeBron is really, really good, and he's made guys look better all of these years. He made Mo Williams look better. He made Boobie Gibson look better, but it was because of how great he is. Chris Paul made Devin Booker an MVP candidate. Maybe not a real one, but there were enough people screaming Devin Booker's name this year. Wasn't nobody talking about Devin Booker in the MVP race before Chris Paul got there. They were talking about giving Devin Booker the hell out of Phoenix. That's what Chris Paul has to offer. Chris Paul is very unique you might be right. He might be one-on-one.
Oh, got the cough button on. But I was going to say, I look at the way he orchestrates not just a play, but his team. His team. Somebody used to say all the time, like when you have you go to a pickup game or something, like without even meeting anybody, you can go and it's 10 strangers playing. After about one or two times down court, everybody knows who the point guard is. Everybody knows who should be bringing the ball up, who should be initiating what you're doing on the this isn't a pickup situation. There is no doubt in anybody on Phoenix's mind, even somebody like Devin Booker, even somebody like DeAndre Ayton, that the person in control of the show is Chris Paul. And a lot of that has to do with the fact of they trust that in all situations, Chris Paul is going to do what's right for the team. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to say others don't have that. I'm just talking specifically about Chris Paul. They trust that Chris Paul is going to do what's right for winning with the team. They're going to get, if that means him taking a mid-range shot, that's what's best for the team at that moment. If it means getting Booker the ball, that's what's best for the team at the moment. If it means Ayton, Kim, Crowder, all these guys, they trust completely that this is what's best for the team. And you don't necessarily see that with passing, right? Like you see that with scoring. Like we're going to give you the ball because you're the scorer and we're going to take our chances with you. And that's just how things go. But you don't see that too much anymore with orchestrating an offense for everybody. And that's the thing that is just unique to Chris Paul right now, I feel. I really do feel like it's unique to Chris Paul.
Jesse said something earlier when we were talking before the show that, maybe a week ago, I kind of would have, I didn't give much thought to, and I didn't think it would amount to anything. But Jesse asked, like, what would a ring, and I don't even think you asked the question. I think Jesse was just like, a ring would do a lot for Chris Paul. And at first I was like, no, Chris Paul's already one of the greatest point guards of all time. And then I thought more about it, like, man, Chris Paul shows up in Phoenix. They go to the finals back-to-back years, and he wins one. A team that was a disaster for the 9 years prior to him arriving. Man, that's special. And it's not, and I don't think that there's anything wrong with this, so don't misunderstand me. But it's not. Chris Paul went to Phoenix, and he brought Giannis with him, and he brought 2 other superstars with him. No, he went into that team as it was constructed and made it better.
I'm trying to think as you're saying that, because you're right. Jesse's right as well. Where that would put him. I mean, obviously, if he's not already, I think he skyrockets above John Stockton.
That was the first name I was going to ask. Would it solidify? Because Stockton doesn't have one either. Would it solidify if he's not already? By the way, would it solidify
Stockton?
Would it solidify him as the greatest point guard of all time?
No, because you got Isaiah Thomas standing right there with 2 of them things.
Is Isaiah better than Magic?
No,
because Magic's got 5 of them.
Yeah. So now we start to expand this whole thing. No, Chris Paul,
but they're all very different. Like, what season number is Chris Paul in right now? Like, Magic played 11 seasons. That's a good sample size. It's not like he was,
5
Terrell
seasons.
Davis.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it's not like he played 6-7 years or whatever and was gone. Like, he played 11 years.
Right.
And he was the focal point of the NBA for most of those. It's hard to not have. I don't know that I wouldn't put Chris Paul above Isaiah Thomas.
Why? What would be the reasoning?
The note that we constantly reference about how everywhere he goes, that team gets better.
Okay.
Isaiah was in Detroit, built with a good team that had sustainability. It had longevity, and he didn't have one of those weird Patrick Ewing in Seattle years, right? He started and finished with Detroit, right?
Yeah, he tore his Achilles, I think.
That's right. He did. Yep, he did.
The argument I would make for Isaiah Thomas.
Phenomenal playmaker. Like Isaiah, I would relate, not in just in terms of play, like Kyrie, right? Wasn't Isaiah that type of play? Just a phenomenal playmaker.
But here's where I'll give a nod to Isaiah. And I think this is what gets him over Chris Paul. If you get into the details, Isaiah went through gods. Isaiah went through pretty much almost all the gods of the last 30 years of basketball. He went through Bird. He went through Magic. He kept Jordan down for years. He won 2 championships. Chris Paul, with 1, won't have that on his resume. The one you can, I mean, we'll see what happens this season, but you could make the argument he could never get past Steph. Everywhere he went, he couldn't get past Steph. Not saying it's his fault,
but that would change. Like if he wins a ring, that's going to change.
If he wins a ring, that would change. I mean, if he beats Steph, or maybe they beat Memphis, right? Like maybe that's a little different, but that's still just 1.
It's better. It's sweeter if he beats Steph.
It definitely is.
It's sweeter.
I kind of want to see that now.
Like Detroit,
now,
like Chicago beating the Lakers without going through Detroit, it would have felt different. They had to go through Detroit. Like it's part of the story, and it's hard for us to imagine it. And no, it would have been the same. It would have been no. You got to remember in that moment, they had to be Detroit. We had to see your boy Isaiah and the rest of the crew walking off past the Bulls bench with their head down. We had to see that. That's part of the story.
Yeah.
It needs to be Phoenix and Golden State. We need that.
I would love to see that. But yeah, I mean, the argument about Chris Paul is completely understood. I mean, he's phenomenal. I just think Isaiah, ironically, after we talk through all this, no, it's a great point. A great question. I don't think his status will move at all.
Well, that was my original belief is the ring does nothing for him. Like he's solidified. But when Jesse brought it up this morning, I started to think more about how winning a championship with Phoenix, which is part of the story. It's not just winning a championship. It's winning a championship with a team that was a disaster, that had missed the playoffs for 9 straight years. He goes there. They get to the finals. They have a 63-64 win season the following year, get to the finals again, hypothetically, go through Steph, and then you beat the reigning champion Milwaukee Bucks, you beat the best defense in the league, the Boston Celtics. Like there's a lot of different stories there that be told as part of Chris Paul's story.
I completely agree. But the when you talk about rankings and where it puts him, the issue is he's high enough. He's at the top almost, or near the top of those who haven't won, right? And one wouldn't be enough to surpass the Isaiah Thomases, the Stephs, the Magics, who have 2, 3, 4. Like they've got multiple.
See, I don't know that
one can't. To me,
but it's not a title measurement, though. It's not a title measurement. We're using the title to elevate him. Like the championship elevates him just a little bit, because now you're in that rarefied air. Again, if we're saying now he's already surpassed Stockton, I feel like I can say right now he's surpassed Isaiah Thomas. To me, and I like I've told everyone how I feel, especially this week. I don't know that I'm ever going to surpass Magic Johnson. Like Magic, I think, is the greatest point guard we've ever seen. And I know a lot of people are asking, Steph Curry. Steph Curry gets the nod of being the greatest shooter of all time. He can have that. I don't think there's a question about that. He's the greatest shooter of all time. Technically, he's a point guard, but let's not dumb ourselves down to believe that we don't understand what that means.
Right.
The point guard is different. Like when we're talking about Stockton, Isaiah, Chris Paul, like LeBron James is a point guard too, but we don't call LeBron James the best point guard of all time. Like he runs the offense. Like, let's be real. Let's be honest to the conversation we're having. Steph Curry, by position definition, sure, he's a point guard, but he's not what Chris Paul is. He's not what Isaiah Thomas is. He's not what Magic Johnson is. He's a point guard in position who is the deadliest shooter we've ever seen.
Right. No, well said. Well said. I can't put him up above Isaiah.
That's fine. You got him above Stock. So is it for you? It's Magic, Isaiah, Chris Paul.
Yeah, and then like you said, it depends. Like I understand both arguments. You're not going to call Curry a shooting guard, so is he a point guard? Sure. I put Magic, Steph, Isaiah, Chris Paul.
Magic, Steph. Oh, okay.
I get what you said is perfect. Like LeBron's a point guard. Like LeBron's a facilitator and all this other stuff. So, like, so it's like, what do you do with Curry?
You call him the greatest shooter of all time.
Yeah, but if
how many mantles do you need?
Everybody else got a position.
He's the greatest shooter of all time. The end. That's it.
They don't give LeBron a position. Like, because I heard a lot of people say Kevin Durant is the greatest small forward of all time. Well, what is LeBron?
I have no idea.
So,
but
maybe LeBron and Steph are positionless.
I just need to look at something, and we're not going anywhere until
CJ had a hell of a point though, and he's right.
What's that?
Number 3 is CP3. Number 2 is Magic. Number 1 is Halliburton.
Well, that's true.
Is what it is.
So
the rules.
So LeBron James. Let's see. Steph's career started in 2009. LeBron started in 2003.
Has LeBron always had more assists per game?
LeBron James has twice as many assists as Steph Curry.
I know, right? But to your point, nobody's calling LeBron a point guard.
You putting Steph number 2 on this list?
Yeah. I mean, if he's what is he then?
He's the greatest shooter of all time.
That's not a position.
That's what he gets. He is the greatest shooter of all time. The end. Fam, he has like 10,000 less assists than Chris Paul. That's a slight exaggeration, but what do we
like Jokic having 20,000
So
shots.
20,000, 20,000. He's in the 20K club this year. 20K, 500, or whatever that.
I don't know, man. Steph needs to be. You can't just leave him out there floating in space.
He's not. He's the greatest shooter of all time. He's not in space. No, he's not.
That's like saying Dominique is the greatest dunker of all time. Like almost kind of like, so what?
Vince Carter. I'm sorry. Vince Carter's on line one. Like, I'm not sure.
Vince Carter's the greatest dunker of all time. But like, so what? Like, what is that? What is that saying?
It means he's the greatest dunker of all time.
Mark Price is the greatest free throw shooter of all time. Like, so what?
Wow. Now you hate free throws. What a twist that is.
I think Steph is actually the greatest free throw shooter of all time.
Okay. You can have that. There. Steph can have two. He could be the greatest free throw shooter of all time and the greatest shooter of all time. But he can't be the greatest point guard of all time. We'll come back. Or the second, for that matter. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I ain't even doing teases anymore. I don't even know what to tell y'all. Just come back. Hey, come back.
Hey, come back. Oh, run it. Calm down. Settle down. Nobody's making fun of Willie Green.
Yeah, that's what I heard. And
yeah. He want to talk about a 1 of 1. Yeah. Well, you guys make up your mind. Haterade, I just said Steph is. I just put him in the list of the best point guards. I love CP3. That's my guy. That's my guy right there. Love CP3. Ray Allen was a great free throw shooter. I still think Mark Price is the all-time leading free throw shooter, but Steph might have him now. Come on, man. You're almost getting blocked for something like this. Really almost getting. Where's Ramsey? Put him in timeout. No, don't really put him in timeout.
Too late, Ramsey already did it. I'm gonna think of it. Is Ramsey in here?
I don't think he is.
He's probably at a day baseball game. I always check the first comment to make sure that he's there. I don't think it's gonna let me go that high. Oh, there he is.
Passing Marie's Donuts as we speak. Wow. Well, this is good. Love these things. World Series film. Braves Yankees 1996. On Pluto. Who plays tomorrow during the day? The Giants play tomorrow during the day? I don't know. No, they play tonight on Apple TV. Those games are exclusive. Even in the home markets. I didn't really realize that. Yeah, he might be. He might be that. That's a good point. I mean, nobody calls Iverson a point guard. Yeah, nobody calls Iverson a point guard. They label him as a shooting guard. Because Steph dribbles the ball up as That what makes him a point guard. But then you talk about shooting guard and and the thing about it though is now, poor Steph. Now he's gonna get a little lower on that list of all-time shooting guards.
Why is that?
Well,
Steph?
Yeah, he's number 2 point guard of all time. They're gonna be like number 4 or 5 shooting guard of all time. Jordan, yeah, he better than D Wade. Jordan, Kobe. Maybe he's 3. How do you guys feel about Jerry West and Elgin Baylor?
Wow, it's a true story. It's the oddest name for a dude who's Mr. Clutch is an odd nickname for a dude who's 1-9 in the finals. Odd name. Oh, we're back? Yeah, we're back. I kept waiting for the D'Lo and KC. No, we're back. It is D'Lo and Casey, though, on ESPN 1320, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil, and your official point guard ranking station, as it's been 2 days of in-depth discussions on these point guards. I don't think we settled anything. That's not new.
We might have. Jesse has moved Steph Curry to a shooting guard.
Okay. And how'd that work out? Okay. Well, there you have it. Steph's a shooting. Steph is how about Steph is a shooter? How about that? Not a shooting guard. He's not a point guard. He's a shooter.
Yeah, but how do we?
I don't know.
We got to put him somewhere.
See, this is what your boy was talking about. This is what Mark Jackson was talking about. He ruined basketball. We can't even have these conversations anymore because I'm not calling Steph Curry the greatest point guard ever. I'm just not. I'm not.
No, he's not. But
he's the greatest shooter of all time. I'm not putting him in my top 5 either. When you put out these position lists for NBA 100, I don't know what you do with Steph Curry. I don't know how you put a graphic up that says, Steph Curry, here's Chris Paul with, John 14,000 assists and Magic Johnson 11,000 assists and then there's Steph Curry with 7,000 assists.
So here's the deal. Does his insane scoring balance out his lack of assists?
Well,
because when you talk about a point guard,
but that's the point. Balance it,
an assist man. Because if that was the case, John Stockton would be the best.
He's a facilitator. Like the point guard is a facilitator. Is Steph Curry more of a facilitator to that offense than your favorite Draymond Green? Come on, seriously. I'm being serious.
I mean, in my opinion, he is. People will say, no, Draymond makes sense.
But it's a fair question. No, but it's a fair question. Draymond is a really solid facilitator there too.
Draymond barely dribbles. He catches the ball at the top of the key and passes to one side or the other.
Okay.
Draymond
isn't a facilitator for that team.
Draymond doesn't the offense. That's not, to me, that's not facilitating to me.
Okay.
That's running the offense.
Okay.
Anybody can run the offense. Creating opportunities for others, which is what Chris Paul does. I think Steph Curry does that more than anybody else on there. But to your point, it's an art. It's a point that somebody could have that Draymond's a facilitator. But what I'm getting at though is if Chris Paul, I don't know the number in front of me, say he has 10,000 assists and Steph Curry has 7,000 assists, but Chris Paul has 14,000 points and Steph Curry has 21,000 points. It's not like Steph has 7 assists total on his career. He got 7,000 assists. He got a good enough number of assists.
He has 5,388.
It's good enough a number of assists to be considered a point guard.
No, okay.
What's that? Maybe that's the better question.
He already has 20,000 points, by the way. He already has that. He already has it.
I was just throwing out a number.
Oh, he has them already.
So, like, what that?
I don't know, man. I don't know how to answer that. Like,
point guard.
I don't know. It's not that I.
Draymond have.
It's not. I just looked. It was like 3,780 something. So about 1,500 less than Steph.
Assist,
yeah.
Oh, 1,500.
Yeah.
15,000.
No, 1,500. I don't know. I guess it would. If you want to call Steph a point, fine. It would just look weird to me, because to me, when I think point, like if you're telling me the greatest point guards of all time, and in whatever order you want to put them in, Magic, Isaiah, Chris Paul, John Stockton, and Steph Curry. Steph Curry really stands out in that group as something totally different than the other four. And maybe that's just the nature of today's NBA, like positions. Fam, how many assists is Jokic going to have when this is all done?
Man.
You know what I mean? Like he might. Like he very well may.
Right.
Ooh, hey, man, Jokic is the greatest point guard I've ever seen. It's just, I guess the nature of the position has changed so much that, yeah, I guess Steph is going to be up there with dudes that have, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14,000 assists.
And then once again, to your point, like now you're dealing with, when you just deal with the numbers like that, I mean, how is LeBron not a point guard?
Yeah, LeBron has 10,000, like Steph is 5,388 assists. LeBron's like over 10,000 already.
Like, because the crazy thing about it is, even, if we wanted to get cute with Jokic, he doesn't initiate the offense. They get the ball to him, so he facilitates or shoots or does whatever. But that's not the case with LeBron. LeBron will initiate, he'll pass, he'll set everything up. Everything a point guard does, he does.
I need to look now too. Jokic already has 3,281 assists.
Damn.
It's a different world, man. I know I looked this up before, and I think the answer is no. But LeBron, I think, is going to get really close to top 10 assist leaders of all time. Is that could be wrong? Don't hold on. Don't just consider that a lie for the moment. I really just clicked on the most complicated one. What am I talking about? He's already 7th. Wow. LeBron James is going to pass Magic Johnson.
Oh, man.
LeBron's going to pass Oh, you know what it was? It was rebounds. That's the one that I was wondering if he was going to crack top 10.
He's going to be top in those three categories.
I don't know that he's going to make rebounds. That's going to be tough. But he's going to be top. He's going to be at worst top 4 in assists. LeBron James is. So the top 4, by the time LeBron's career is over, the list is going to read, because there's no one else close. Man. The list is going to read Stockton, Kidd, Chris Paul, LeBron James, Steve Nash. That's what the list in terms of assist is going to look like.
Wow.
LeBron is the only player in the top. What was Andre Miller's position?
Point guard.
He was a point guard. Yeah. And he played like 1,000 years. I think he's still playing. What team's he on?
Sure he is. He's playing somewhere.
Yeah, it's all point guards. It's just point guards, point guards, point guards. And then there's LeBron James at 7. That's crazy. LeBron's going to pass Magic Johnson in assists. Magic Johnson was once the all-time assist leader. LeBron James is going to pass him.
LeBron. Here we go. We talk about it once a month.
No, we ain't got to do it.
How are we going to sit back 15 years from now, God willing, we're all here talking on the air and say that LeBron ain't the greatest player of all time?
I need to see the rebound number, because that was the one that threw me off. So the Dwight Howard is in the top 10 right now, 14,000 rebounds. Yeah, LeBron is I have any. LeBron is 38th on that list.
On
He
rebound?
needs, all time. He needs, looks like about 4,000 to get to where Dwight Howard is at 10. A little less than 4,000.
Somebody else brought up a good point too, and I don't think he's going to get to LeBron levels, but I wonder what Giannis is going to end up doing. Giannis's numbers are going to be crazy.
Yeah, the only thing with Giannis though is he got a slow start.
Yeah, and
like LeBron didn't.
Well, and then we got the other dude that we mentioned. It's boy Luka.
Yeah, Luka's the one. Luka really,
man.
Luka's the dude to watch in these categories. Like he came out swinging just like LeBron James did.
Yeah.
I think we did a comp once, like the first. What are we on? Luka's fourth year. I think we did a 4 versus 4, and it's pretty freaking close. Like Kamara, I remember when Luka was drafted, I was talking to Kamara, and he was like, "Yo, Luka's a generational talent." You know, I've heard that before. Like, we'll see. Yeah, Luka's a generational talent. like that's not even debatable. Like he's doing the same stuff that LeBron James did.
He is straight up.
You're listening to D'Lo and KC. He's going to the second round. Yes, air horns. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. I think we got our brother Rick here. Rick, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's happening, you guys? KC, what's happening, my man? And Rick Warren here.
It's my main man, Rick Warren. Man, come on, man. What's up, Rick? How you doing, man?
I had to call. Hey, look, I had to call in, man. You know, because they say one thing. Appreciate all the great things y'all doing on the air, man. I know y'all kind of young, but still sound like you know a little bit about the game. So let me give y'all the real top 5 point guards.
Okay,
from a 65-year-old point of view. Okay, now here's your real number 1 is Magic.
Yep.
Okay. Tragic is, I hate to say it, but you know, Tragic was number 1. Number 2, look it up. Dennis Johnson.
No, Rick.
Rick.
Look it up.
We know who DJ is, but Rick.
Look it up. Dennis Johnson, he spanked Magic, he spanked Isaiah, he spanked everybody.
Look it up. Dennis Johnson was bad, though.
Let me take you to the real phase here. I'm going to take y'all to the next phase.
Okay.
Number 3, Pistol Pete Maravich.
Oh, all right. Okay, Rick. What are we doing right now? What are we doing, Rick?
Then after that, you can go with your. Then of course you got to go with Steph, and then Chris Paul after that.
No
you can't
love
put
for
Chris
Isaiah,
Paul in
Rick?
front of Steph because Steph is always beating up on Chris Paul.
Well,
no love for Isaiah?
Yeah, Isaiah come down after that because he had a lot of help. I mean, he had a tons of help with him. You know, he'll be behind Chris Paul to me.
If you throw in Bob Cousy, they'd probably hire you over at ESPN TV.
No, Bob Cousy, that's Chris Russo right there.
But you're sleeping on Pete Maravich.
Hey, Rick, check it out before you go.
The greatest. What? Could you imagine if they had 3-point shooter with Pete Maravich?
No, I can't. I wasn't around then.
He averaged 44 points.
Hey, look, Rick, I'm gonna tell you right now, and this is my guy right here. This is my guy, Rick Warren, man. It's a legend in the city right now. Rick, D'Lo and KC need to be talking at your next shindig that you have, man. Come on now, stop playing with us.
Yeah, let's do it. Come on out. I want both y'all to be there. I want y'all to come out for the Juneteenth festivals. I want y'all to come out for the Seafood and Soul Festival. I'll give you your own booth, stage, microphone. We'll do a whole presentation. We'll do a whole hour aside with the sports talk.
Let's make it happen, big dog.
Appreciate you, Rick. Appreciate you, Rick. I just
Rick tripping though on the point guard.
I'll make sure he bugging a little bit. Do want to point out? DJ 5,499 assists. Chris Paul's going to pass him here in a minute, just in the assist number. Just in the assist number.
I didn't think he had that many.
I mean, he played. My man played 14 years. Averaged 14 points per game.
DJ was he's not a top 5 point guard, but He did his thing in Seattle.
He did.
Way before my time.
Absolutely.
Like,
He did his
that
thing
thing.
everywhere.
Like he
We all
kinda
remember-
stepped back a little bit when he got to Boston because they had everybody else. But he
that's
was
where
like,
everyone remembers him from because those highlight reels are endless.
Mm-hmm. He stole my man at Thay's pass. Dang.
He said Pistol Pete.
Nah, man. Pistol Pete. Nah, man. Come on, man. That's like me saying Jason Williams.
Pistol.
Actually, that's a little disrespectful to Pistol Pete because Pistol did put up some numbers, but nah, he ain't top 5.
Pistol Pete average is I just love looking at the 3-point numbers from back in the day. Man, he did average 24.2 points per game.
Nah, he was a machine. He was
5
a machine.
assists per game. Yeah, this is not
He was
my
Steph
bag.
Curry.
He was not Steph Curry.
Well, we don't know that.
Well, then why'd you say it?
The
You
man-
said it.
You said he was not Steph Curry.
You said he was.
Then you look at the numbers. You're talking about the scoring point guard. You said 5 assists a game, right?
Yeah.
What's Steph Curry averaging? Like 7, maybe?
I don't know. I only got so many tabs I can open. This computer's about to explode any second. Pulling up all these damn stats here during the show. Pistol Pete averaged 31 points per game.
Come on, man. I'm not gonna look. I don't agree with Rick, but I'm not gonna sneeze at Pistol Pete either because that man, Pistol Pete, was putting up some silly numbers. Silly.
This is one that I wish they'd bring back the New Orleans Jazz though, because that actually makes sense.
Yeah, get rid of the Utah Jazz. No need to take note there in Utah.
Yeah, let's move on from that.
Did
Okay,
you watching
again.
that game last night? It kind of felt like the Utah fans were attending a funeral. Like they knew it was over and they knew this group was done. They got hyped towards the end.
So
But early in the game,
that was a hell of a game, by the way.
That was a
And-
great playoff game.
And it was a better series than I anticipated. Like last weekend, that's the one where it's like, oh, the game. Oh, okay, cool. I'll catch up later. I did not watch game. I got the alert like I think it was like Saturday morning. Like,
Yeah, yeah. it was
what did
first
Donovan
game.
Mitchell do? Like, what is he playing right now? Oh,
Yeah.
the series started. All right, and that was like but then that was a decent playoff series.
It was.
It was
stuff.
much better than I originally anticipated it would be. Are we sure it's over?
Well, we're not sure. I know it should be. They need to start moving this thing along, to be honest with you, because it's one of those things where it's over. It's over. And I don't know what you want to do with it being over. If you just want to get rid of one guy, 2, all 3 when you
But
talk
if you-
about. But it's over. It is over.
So this is the fractured beyond repair. Like you
Yeah,
can't.
this incarnation of the Jazz are
No,
finished.
okay. I understand that the version with Rudy Gobert, Donovan Mitchell. Are we sure? Are we sure Quin Snyder's gone?
We're not sure. We're not sure. We're not 100%.
Of course, stay tuned until 3. Stay tuned until 4 o'clock because the Utah Jazz are talking right now. Like, there's a good possibility we'll know before the show's over. But okay, we're not positive. Can you? Because Donna, I don't think, despite your tweet last night, I don't think Donovan Mitchell is move number 1 for the Utah Jazz. I think Rudy Gobert is likely move number 1 for the Utah Jazz. And you don't think this team, like, is it? Do you think this team is like ripping it apart, or can they? We've got to fix this, and we're going to fix this by trying to get a better crop of players around here by moving off Rudy Gobert, and we've got to build our defense around somebody else. Which is, by the way, Rudy Gobert. Like, again, I don't know why the dude is so hated. He's a 3-time defensive player of the year.
Yeah.
Like, he's not trash.
No.
You might not like him. You might not like some things about his game, but he's a 3-time defensive player of the year. He has some flaws on the defensive end for sure, but he's not garbage.
So when I look at the Utah Jazz, Donovan Mitchell specifically, I think first of all, I think he's gone when he can leave.
Donovan is. Okay.
Yeah. So while I agree with you, that's not their first move. And even with me putting out the trade proposal, like, I don't know if the time is right. Because to be honest with you, another reason why I feel like that's a strong trade proposal that I talked about with the Kings is like it's not a lot of movement to be made right now. So because of that, Utah, I would wait for the rest of the offseason, trade deadline next year, maybe next offseason or whatever. Like, because now is not the time for you to get what you're hoping to get for Donovan Mitchell. But I say all this to say, like, if you're Utah, you got to be a little proactive with that because I don't think he's staying. And every day, essentially, or you could say every season, what you can get for him becomes less and less. It's one of those deals.
I sort of disagree with that last part because I still feel like he has a good amount of time left on his contract.
He does, but every year the time is more time off. So if you're like, no, we're not going to trade him this year, we're going to trade him next year, price might go down. It's not going to go down drastically, but it might go down a little bit. Then the next year, he's got 2 years left.
I don't think
price goes down again. Then you wait till it's that last year.
But why are you so adamant that Donovan Mitchell is leaving? Or let me rephrase that. Why are you so adamant that Donovan Mitchell is going to want to leave?
Because nobody stays in Utah except for Karl Malone and John Stockton.
And those are not the shining examples we should reference.
People will play there. People will enjoy their time there, but they don't. Well, nobody's been their career there. Donovan ain't going to be no different.
Donovan's going to be able to get a very, very large contract from the Utah Jazz and the Utah Jazz only.
Here's the
and I'll admit that incentive has not worked.
I was just about to say
it has not worked the way the NBA hoped. I mean, Jokic will. Steph has. Yeah, there aren't very many that have. Like Steph has signed it. Jokic will sign it. Yeah, there aren't. I mean, I think Giannis did. There aren't very many that signed that contract.
And the thing that's happening as well with that, and why I talk about moving them, is these guys that do want out, they just end up moving up the quote unquote expiring year, right?
Like instead of waiting to the last year. Way, I think Russell Westbrook and John Wall, but I think that's what their contract is. I think it's the super max contract. There's a lot of reasons that you could take the idea of getting rid of the Supermax to the CBA. Like, hey, this hasn't quite worked really for anyone.
Nobody involved. But yeah, like I said, nobody has stayed in Utah. And those people that stayed in Utah, that was with a good team. This team is fading fast. Fading real fast.
Okay. I feel like maybe we're overdoing it a little bit.
How so? They couldn't beat the team without Luka for much of that series.
It felt like, no, for sure. It feels like this. It feels like this season. I mean, the quote that came from Mike Conley today, we're a team built on unity and playing for each other. At times, we lost that, talking about the Jazz season. But yet still, this is a Jazz team that finished 49-33.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they snuck into the playoffs. Like they were 49-33, and there are NBA people who have thought for years, this team's going to be number one in the West. They're going to be the team coming out of the Western Conference. Like they've had expectations for a couple of years now.
Yeah, we're going to probably like 3-4 years.
Mm-hmm. And again, playoff seeds now are only 6. They finished in one of those. Like they finished 5th. I mean, so we're sure like you've got it. This is over. Like you can't just trade Rudy Gobert and retool the team.
No.
Okay. All right. I don't see why not. I mean, and unless there are other factors. Not good enough to what though?
They don't have enough good players.
To what?
To be where they're at now or higher.
How do they not have a good? They're 49-33. Like, what do you think they would finish at next year running everything back?
Running everything back, they're the 4 seed this year. They're 5.
They're 5.
They were 5. They'd probably be 6, 7, or in the play-in.
What do we do? So 6 was one game worse where Denver is. So they're
Denver had nobody. We're expecting them to be better next year.
Minnesota was 46-36.
Yeah, they'll be in the play-in.
All right. I feel like we've really kind of gone off the deep end with we've got to go to commercial. We'll come back. We'll continue this conversation. We'll continue talking about this. We'll explain to you, for those who aren't on social media, the Kenny Caraway trade proposal that united NBA Twitter. They jumped Kenny like he was Stat Muse last night.
They tried.
No, they did.
I'll tell you why, because they couldn't hit me back with nothing.
We'll explain to you what my partner wrote there on social media. We'll get into the NFL draft, too, at some point. Some more reports are coming in about what took place last night with the San Francisco 49ers and Deebo Samuel. We'll relay that to you as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I don't. Oh,
they're not.
Yikes.
Think about what you're saying. They've hit their ceiling. They can't even get to a conference finals. They're getting bounced out of the first round.
So you're gonna go be the Oklahoma City Thunder?
Well, this is what we talk about, though, right? This is what we talk about. Like, we would kill for that.
But you still have Donovan's contract. Like, to me, and obviously a lot probably depends on Quin Snyder. Or maybe it doesn't. Maybe if Quin Snyder's like, I don't want to coach, or I want to go somewhere else, or however this works out over the course of the next few weeks or whatever it may be, or next few hours. You still have Donovan Mitchell. Let's trade Rudy Gobert, who I'm sure there are plenty of teams that would pay a sum for. Let's try to tighten up this roster, get a little bit younger. Let's see what we could do with Donovan Mitchell, maybe with the new group for another year or 2 years. I don't think you have to give up on everything right now.
They got a lot of holes once you move on from Gobert.
Absolutely.
And I don't think
agree.
to be there. But also that it's the same thing. It's the same thing with that we just talked about a year ago with Portland. They got Damian Lillard under contract.
But is Donovan waffling that same way?
Damian he's never waffled.
He did. Sorry.
10 toes down.
10 toes down for sure. But what was he meeting with dudes on the plane for before he went to the Olympics?
He was uncertain with the future because the fans got mad at him, right?
So that's enough. That to me, if Donovan expresses that's enough of a shade of a doubt, because that's why, like, Portland, this ain't gonna get better. This ain't gonna get better.
I think they're in the same boat as Portland.
Okay, and then if that's true, then I'm with you. Because we see what Portland's doing. The Mike Conley quote.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What's up with him will be his bank account.
Yeah.
Did you say should? Oh, probably not.
Yeah.
They'd have to do some work before then.
Probably have to trade some people.
Well, it probably makes financial sense for him to do it.
Mm-hmm. And he's at the point where he's unrestricted now, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I saw that line. Yes. Put it on our slogan. I could lie to you and tell you what we might talk about, but that'll be a lie. God damn it. Gotta scroll up to find it. No, I got it. Do you know how long we have these reads for? Cool. All right. I'll just move it over here to my liner sheet. Lakers eyeing Quin Snyder.
Man, they work fast.
LA has serious interest in Jazz head coach after firing Frank Vogel.
Yeah, they be moving. Look how fast they move.
You have a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. Enter on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. The Lakers are eyeing Quin Snyder, according to Mark Stein, who says the Los Angeles Lakers have serious interest in Jazz head coach after firing Frank Vogel. I repeat, the Jazz head coach. He has not been fired. He's still the head coach. I don't know if we got a Doc Rivers trade situation here. Like Quin Snyder, in he had a quote last night that Jesse read to us during the commercial break. I saw this earlier. I'm sure everyone has seen it by now, but it ended with something like that. It's been a pleasure coaching this group. It had some finality to it. It's like the funeral that Kenny was talking about from that Utah Jazz crowd.
Mm-hmm.
But watching what happens with Frank Vogel next will be really interesting. Sam Amick wrote in The Athletic that the management, general man, everybody's still on board with Quin Snyder. Of course, that could be some framing by Utah management in trying to, hey, no, it's not us. It's not us. It's him. It's him. So, you could take that for whatever you want it to be. It'll be an interesting, I was going to say, it could be an interesting couple of days for the Jazz. Could be an interesting couple of hours because this thing has been built up with so much. This has been talked about now for months.
Yeah.
I mean, you almost have to say something today, don't you? I mean, I don't know anybody going to drop this news on a Saturday. I mean, I guess you could. The Kings fired Luke Walton on a Sunday, so you certainly could announce it on a Saturday, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would think that you gotta address the elephant in the room, right? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Kinda, yeah.
Is this over? Are we gonna try and run this back? Like, what do you think? Hell, at this point, my coach just talked about, it was a good run. What do you mean by that? This year? Like, yeah.
Ever?
Yeah. You would think you would need some type of clarity on this. After everything, like you said, has been going on. This didn't just happen last night. It's been going on for a while.
Yeah.
So
the one, I still think we've really just Hollywood action movie dove through this glass window when it pertains to the Utah Jazz. But the one thing that'll change my mind is if Donovan has hinted or flat out said anything about his future in Utah.
And I don't think he has. To be fair,
he certainly hasn't publicly.
Mm.
Obviously, we have no idea what's been said privately. But if there's, we go back to the Dame Lillard remark about, unsure about the future or whatever that line was after they missed the playoffs or after they lost in the playoffs, and then everyone flew to meet with him before he left for the Olympics and all of that. And it's we said that day, all right, it's out there. You should consider moving on because the chances of this getting better are slim. It's already in his head. Like he's for the first time, he's clearly thought about it.
Right.
It's probably in your best interest to move on.
Yeah.
If that's happened with Donovan Mitchell, it's probably in your best interest to move on.
Yeah. I look at the Utah situation and they had their time. They had their shot. And I
Had a
don't.
shot.
I think they are like their roster isn't set up to just add a piece or two here and just be good. Like they've got all veterans. They don't have any young guys. I'm not sure what their pick situation is looking like for the future, but yeah, they are a veteran team. And when you move on from some of these guys, you don't have anybody waiting in the wings. You don't have anybody waiting to take over the reins at center or anything like that. Like they got guys that don't fit anymore with what they do in the postseason, i.e. Gobert. And they got guys that are, unfortunately, no disrespect, are just washed at this point in your point guard. So
I think
you move on from Rudy Gobert, you're going to need a point guard. You're going to need a center. And that's just assuming that you're okay with Royce O'Neal. Are we cool with him being at the 3 and the 4? Kings fans would have they talk about how bad the roster is right now. Can you imagine saying, yeah, we're about to turn this up here with Royce O'Neal at the 3? No.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through Tim McMahon's column on the Utah Jazz, and man, this thing really got dark this year. Like this thing got really bad. No wonder Quin Snyder looks so someone in the chat said Quin Snyder looks like he's on a 3-day bender every time we see him. Yeah, no wonder. Like, man, and you talk about Rudy Gobert. Like, again, respect to Rudy Gobert. Good, really good defensive player of the year, all of that. I feel like he gets exposed in the playoffs. I feel like once you go against him multiple times, especially when you got a good coach on the other end, like they figure out ways to make him look silly. They had him out there kind of dancing around a little bit a couple of times this series. It's like,
Yeah, do you see the one last night? The one last night when Brunson had him?
Oh, man. Yeah. If they make a TikTok video out of you, boy, you in trouble. They got Rudy Gobert all over TikTok. And I said this last year. If it wasn't for Ben Simmons, Rudy Gobert would have gotten eviscerated last postseason because he was terrible.
Yeah.
It's just Ben was worse. Ben was way worse.
He got a little gift right there from Ben Simmons last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just tough to have him in the game in certain matchups. You know, if you're playing a team like Dallas where they don't have a center or they don't really care about the center, the game is and the team is centered around the ball handlers and their guards and a perimeter player. There's no need for them to have anybody that Rudy can match up with. And Rudy, he's not good enough as an offensive player where you can make them pay on the other end. So that'd be tough to have him in a playoff setting. In the regular season, you can kind of get away with it.
Right.
But in a playoff setting, it's kind of tough.
Man, I was looking for Bobby Marks. There it is. Like Bobby fires these things off like the second a team is eliminated. Bobby fires off-season guide for the Utah Jazz. Like he has these ready to fire. And you know, these are great breakdowns of each team. Man, this is a tough spot to be in. Like if you're where they're at, if you're not all in, yeah, you're right, bro. They got to get out of here. Yeah, if they're not all in, you've got to get out of here because this is rocky. And I ain't talking about Maivia. The Philadelphia 76ers did exactly what we asked them to do last night. They came out, and much to my personal dismay, they came out and beat up the Toronto Raptors. They got up on them early, leveled out a little bit in the second, but man, they opened that third quarter and that was a wrap.
Yeah,
like they put them to bed in the second half of that game. And so our dreams of Doc Rivers sound bites here today are gone. They would have been marvelous. We can only dream of them.
Well, on top of that, you just gotta you gotta be real and tell the whole story. I thought James Harden played fabulous last night. I mean, what do you have? 22 points, 15 assists. I mean, that's the James Harden we need. If we have that guy, I'm telling you, we can go a long ways.
That was my fault, and I recognize that, so I apologize.
Well, you wanted a Doc soundbite. I gave you a Doc soundbite.
I teed that up, and that was my fault. By the way, before I want to got to give Philadelphia props because they did exactly what I asked them to do. We shouldn't leave the Jazz just yet because we do have to pay this off. Kenny united NBA Twitter last night. The NBA Twitter world came together to respond to Kenny, and they're still responding to this tweet to Kenny Caraway's trade proposal of Rashawn Holmes, Harrison Barnes, a 2022 first-round pick, a 2023 pick swap, and a 2024 first-round pick.
You're basically getting the next 3 first-round picks from the Kings.
For Donovan Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
And Jason Jones went after you.
Jason is another one that couldn't give me anything.
He laughed at you. He hit you with the Jordan gif, and then we had a I believe something involving make sure that Utah's on coke.
That was funny.
That I popped for that. That was funny. That made me laugh. Your response actually made me laugh too. And everybody, I'm pretty sure everyone on the planet responded to this tweet. So
yeah, well, when you don't think and you just react, this is just what happens sometimes. What they would probably have to do if they ever wanted to be realistic is you probably have to add Davion in there, which makes sense. But everybody is sitting in there and they're like, and maybe people in the chat can help me out, but they're always like, oh, Utah would laugh at that. You definitely got to add Fox or Sabonis, or they're not even going to talk to you. Well, history tells you you don't necessarily have to do that. Actually, to be honest with you, like I said, unless I'm missing something, a lot of these trades that go down, contrary to popular belief, it's not superstar for superstar. It's not, you getting a up and coming star in return. A lot of them, to be honest with you, end up being centered around draft picks. And James Ham has told us before, I agree with him. Is there any more valuable pick than a Sacramento Kings unprotected pick in the NBA? No. And you're giving them 3 of them. 3 of them. But like to Jason Jones and everybody else, they were like, oh, Utah would get so much more. Maybe so. I mean, there's certain teams out there that could maybe muster up a little bit more. I'm thinking of like the New York Knicks and teams like that. But you're probably going to get, if you're Utah and you trade Donovan Mitchell, you're probably going to get a Rashawn Holmes, Davion Mitchell, Harrison Barnes type thing. You're not getting De'Aaron Fox Sabonis. I repeat, it don't matter if you're trading with the Kings or anybody else. You are not getting anybody that today is better than Fox and Sabonis or on their level. That's not happening. So get that. So I guess Utah just never trade them if they're waiting for that. Because if you're waiting for that, it's not coming. The whole don't even talk to me if it's not Fox and Sabonis. You're not getting that player in any trade, anywhere.
Okay. I get your point to a certain degree. I don't know that I agree with it, but I you look around at, the James Harden deal to Brooklyn.
Mm-hmm.
There was there were very good players on the other end of that deal. Mostly young players on the other end of that deal.
The 2 notable players there, which Houston got none of, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 notable players there were Jared Allen and Karis LeVert. I repeat,
they're good ball players.
Jared Allen and Karis LeVert, like you said.
Well, don't do that. Those are good basketball players.
Good ball players. They're
better than Rashawn Holmes, though.
Are they better than Harrison Barnes?
One of them might be.
Or they're on the same level.
Okay. All right. They're on
But
the
Houston,
same level.
But Houston, who traded James Harden, didn't get either one of those guys. Actually, I think they got Karis LeVert. They traded him for Victor Oladipo.
Yeah.
Who can't even play. Left. The real key to that one was Houston ended up getting future Sacramento King. It's a team like Sacramento, might be a good place for him. Jesse had it first. Show some respect to all the people. But the key was Houston getting the 2022, 2024, and 2026 first round picks in there. And they had the pick swap rights for 21, 23, 25, and 27. That's the key. Like all this stuff around here is generally centered around the draft picks. It comes up beneficial for the team trying to trade for the star player. And once again, there are no more valuable draft picks in the NBA than unprotected Sacramento Kings draft picks.
I understand. I would just argue that who has leverage in this situation? The Jazz or the team negotiating with the Jazz?
I think that right now, which is why I don't think it would happen now, right now, the Jazz still have the leverage because they have enough years and they don't have to move him.
Right.
Right? They don't have to. It's just kind of getting ahead of things and Sacramento checking on things.
Because you're essentially moving 3 players with the draft picks. You're moving 3 players for a player who might not be here in 3 years.
If you're Sacramento?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's for Donovan Mitchell, that's a risk worth taking.
Sure.
So, but Utah doesn't have to do it, right? Like Utah, even when I talk about like his trade value diminishes every year, they're still not at the point where they're getting like peanuts. You know what I mean? Or they have to take only draft picks. Like you can run this thing out another year if you want to.
I think I'm fine. I think it's fantasy, it's fantasy booking, trade machine stuff, which I hate. But I think from your trade proposal, you have to boot Rashawn from that. That's not going to work. It's going to be Davion.
They both can go.
No, but Utah doesn't want Rashawn.
They're about to trade Rudy Gobert.
They're not going to want Rashawn.
Why not?
I don't think they're going to want Rashawn for $10 million for the next 3 years. Not that that's outrageous. I just don't think they're going to want him.
Why not?
I think they'd rather have Davion because I think they would rather look to rebuild.
I put him in the one on Twitter. I didn't put Davion on there, but Davion could be put part of the deal if it meant that's the deal breaker to get Donovan Mitchell.
Okay. I mean, I don't care if they trade Rashawn Holmes or not. It's not like I'm advocating for them to trade Rashawn Holmes. I'm just imagining Utah going, no, you can keep that, but we'll take Davion. That's how I envision it. Because they're going to believe that they can rebuild by the time they get a pick in. I think this is silly. I don't think Donovan Mitchell is being traded. I think Donovan Mitchell could demand a trade. I don't think he's being traded. I think Rudy Gobert is getting traded. And I guess we'll see what Quin Snyder is going to coach the Lakers. I don't know, but I guess we'll follow that first.
And the thought that you would need, like, I can make an argument that you don't need Fox and Sabonis for Donovan Mitchell. The thought that you would need Fox or Sabonis for Rudy Gobert, that's
laughable.
Absurd.
Like, yeah, that's where the team negotiating with Utah almost has the leverage.
Right.
We're helping you out. Your boys to men, you've come to the end of the road. And your roster is a year older, which in your case, that could be deadly.
Yes.
So we'll help you out. Let's work here. But yeah, Rudy Gobert isn't going to command that from anyone across the league. But I also think there will be teams that will be willing to give up those draft picks that we're talking about right now to get Rudy Gobert onto their roster. And they don't. There's probably teams out there that aren't necessarily concerned about how Rudy Gobert performs in the playoffs right now, because they're like,
would be one of them, to be honest with you.
How's that work though?
I mean, I don't know, but I'm saying that, like, The Kings don't care. Like, we'll figure out that when we get to the playoffs, if he can help us get to the playoffs.
Yeah, but how do you figure out
know.
Rudy Gobert and Domantas Sabonis though?
I don't know. I'm just saying, like, that's a team where their mentality is.
Like, so the team I was thinking was like Oklahoma City. Like, okay, but now we got, Rudy Gobert and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. We're a little bit better in that aspect. Let's see what we could do with these draft picks, and you could start to build that out in a little bit of. But Rudy Gobert's biggest flaws are normally exposed in the postseason. So if you have a few years to work together, you wind up seeing what happens. But
yeah.
They're giving their exit interviews, man. So we'll follow along. We'll see what happens. We'll see if any tweets come out regarding Quin Snyder and his future with the Utah Jazz as we roll along here. No tweets regarding Doc Rivers and his future with the Philadelphia 76ers as he lives to fight another day. And he'll be taking on the Miami Heat. This is an interesting one. The 76ers and the Heat. Joel Embiid versus Bam Adebayo. Jimmy Butler, James Harden. Like, there's some good stuff. Like, my like initial gut, I don't think the 76ers win. And I think like maybe a month ago, I might have thought different, but I don't know. I think I like the way the Heat match up in this one better.
What Philadelphia did last night is they showed how when they're clicking, they're a problem. They can beat anybody. When they're clicking, they can win an NBA championship. When Harden is able to put up 20 plus and then work the ball around and get assists. And last night he was able to get by guys and, he had a bounce to his step. Joel was dominant inside. Maxey is turning into one of the premier young guys in the playoffs right now. Like, when they're clicking, they are tough to beat for anybody. The problem is they're not always clicking. And then take it a step further. Can they be clicking for 4 games in a 7-game series?
Mm-hmm.
And that's not anything that they've been able to prove as of yet. They won this series, but I'm talking about this group kind of last year too. I know they have Harden instead of Simmons or whatever, but even towards the end of the season, they couldn't click for 4 out of 7 games.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what you think about with Philadelphia, and you wonder, are they just incapable of it? But Miami's the real deal, man. Miami's absolutely the real deal. They're probably going to have Kyle Lowry back in time. Jimmy's going to be on a mission. The Bam is a problem. Tyler Hero will be ready to go. They're going to be at full force. I think Miami wins the series. Before, I thought it was going to be easy work. Last night kind of reminded me of Philly when they got it going. And that I'm a fall back on saying it's an easy work, because they do have that element of being able to beat anybody. So I'm gonna say Miami in 6.
Okay, they could be. I think the way you opened that line of thinking was perfect.
Thank you.
They gonna click for 4 wins. Like, they gonna click 4 times, because if they do, I like Philly in this one, but the problem is you don't know that they can.
Right.
And this isn't the Toronto Raptors, who, I mean, and this is probably unfair to the Toronto Raptors. I thought they overachieved this year, and that's probably a terrible take. This, they're an up and coming team, man. They did a nice job. They fought the last 2 games of this series before the second half of last night's game. But you get a good performance out of Maxey. I don't know what you're going to get from James Harden. You could get 43, you could get 15.
Right.
Yeah, rack up those assist numbers. Like, I don't know if he's still finding his footing there. I don't know what it is. I don't feel like the bench is as strong as it was during the regular season. I think you're going to have to take advantage of those games in Philadelphia where you could get a big night from like Shake Milton or something.
Mm-hmm.
And then Joel.
They're gonna have to win one of these first 2 games, in my opinion. Looking back on that,
Philly.
Yeah,
Philly's gonna have to win one of the first 2.
Looking back on that Boston-Brooklyn series, I picked them, but them not being able to get one in Boston and then faced with the prospect of having to win 4 of the next 5, that was impossible against this Boston team. So they really cooked after going down 0-2. I think the same thing is on the table for Philly in this Miami series. They're gonna have to find a way to get one of these first 2 to kind of, lessen the load of what they have to do for the rest of the series and set the tone of like, hey, we can come in here and win. We can do whatever we need to do. If they fall down 0-2, might be kind of tough because I can see Miami winning one in Philadelphia for sure.
I feel like Miami is just quietly going about their business all year.
Mm-hmm.
The most talk about was
tougher than the $2 steak.
Miami was the sideline conversation over dinner reservations. That was, I mean, that's where it was like, oh, look, Miami. Oh yeah, by the way, they're top team in the league. Shams just tweeted, the Lakers have requested permission to interview Milwaukee Bucks assistant Darvin Ham for their head coaching opening. Ham served as a Lakers assistant in 2011 and 13 through 13. Excuse me. The team is starting the next stage of the coaching search process. This is from Sacramento. Permission denied. We'll come back. Let's dive into some of these Deebo rumors. There's a lot of them. There were wide receivers. There were wide receivers traded last night. There were wide receivers who got $20 million per year. None of them were Deebo. Dive into draft night. We're dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Sorry, man. I need a second.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's see. Yeah, absolutely. Supposed to be that dude. I don't think I'll have. Oh boy, I don't think I'll have a 13th round here, but. Kamara Usman, Canelo said, "You calling me out, right? You want the payday, So you know where, but sit down. It's not your turn. I have a legacy to make." And he's not fighting. It's some Euro stiff. Connor Ben, that's who he's going to fight next. Okay, sure. The bottle. He ain't fighting. Then Usman, enough said. You don't want that smoke in a real fight. I hear you. Good luck, champ. So then Usman has an exchange with Steven Espinoza, the Showtime promoter, Showtime Boxing's head guy. He says, LOL, UFC fighters want that boxing paycheck, but don't understand that boxers have the autonomy to choose their opponents. It's not about wanting smoke. It's about professional self-determination, a foreign concept to those who let kickboxing instructor choose their fights. Pretty good. Boxing is a beautiful art with some amazing athletes, and even, this was Usman said, and even a couple of good promoters. The problem is low lives like you, oh, that's uncalled for, that are around the sport that has destroyed it for everyone. Take notes from what Dana has done. What?
Wow.
What? Who said that? Oh, Bryce tripping. Usman then said,
Bryce, they calling for your head, bro.
Our fans know who the best is because the best fight the best, not run and hide and fight nobodies with plastic belts and call themselves super champion. Keep quiet next time if you need lessons on how to save the dying sport, and let me know. I've got Dana on speed dial. Wow, the way they be caping for Dana is rather
crazy.
It's
absolutely
very
crazy.
Wow.
That dude does not give a damn about you.
The other thing that I've thought about when they talk about UFC best fight the best, bro, UFC is one league. Like, who is to say the UFC has the best out there? Bellator has some damn good fighters. There's fighters in across the country in different leagues. You ain't no different than basketball. You just got a commissioner in your little sorry league. That's all. Or no different than boxing. You just got a commissioner in your sorry little league. And they just be riding for Dana. That's crazy. They really are. I'll give him credit. I never give him credit. The only one that's not is Connor.
Because he gets paid.
Connor will be like, Dana, I'm not coming unless you give me what I owe, what you owe me. Give me that $20 million. Huh?
Yeah.
Everybody else just be talking about a real promoter like Dana. Are you crazy? Yeah.
You have a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. Enter to win on the contest page at ESPN1320.net. I think I'm an Aiden Hutchinson stand now. That was a clean. I like the black on black look. That was a good look. It was enough. It was enough to where I was searching some of my the designers that I follow on Instagram, looking for a similar jacket. That was
inspirational.
Good, fresh, clean look, and I dug it. I love the inside. He had all of the special stitching on the inside with quotes that his mom put in there, like from his journal or whatever. That's dope. I was more concerned about what was going on the outside. That was a good look from the number 2 overall pick yesterday. Man, we saw defensive guys go for the first 5 picks of the draft. 2 a defensive end, an edge rusher, a cornerback, and another edge rusher. Not the most exciting draft of all time, but there was a lot of movement. 9 draft day trades. We're finding out today. One of them could have been the New York Jets, who, according to a report today, offered up the number 2 pick. And I believe it was the number 10 pick. Sorry. They offered up the number 10 pick, and I believe a 5th round pick. And they wanted Deebo Samuel in return. There's a report that, there was another team. I don't remember if it was the Lions.
I think it was the Lions.
Anyways, there was a lot of movement yesterday. We did see a trade with a wide receiver. We saw a big trade and a contract signed.
This came out of nowhere for me. I didn't see this one coming.
A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown was traded. Marquise Brown was traded. Tim Brown was also traded. Bobby Brown was moved yesterday.
If it isn't love.
But yeah, the Eagles went out there.
That one, actually.
Eagles went out there. They got A.J. Brown, signed him to a contract. I had Kimberly Martin had the numbers yesterday. $57 million guaranteed.
$7 million guaranteed for over $100 million over 4 years. $57 million guaranteed. Also, I think his name is Torrey Daniels. I'm not sure of the agent. I just always call him Torrey, but he represents both AJ Brown, Deebo Samuel, DK Metcalf. We talked about it before about how conflict of interest and all this other stuff, but he's trying to set the market and figure out who's going to go first so he can set the market for the other ones. Well, it looks like it was AJ Brown, and for 157 million guaranteed seems to be about what it is. If I was Deebo and I'm probably looking for the same, give me 60 million guaranteed.
Give me 57.5, because that's what this is all about. So give me 57.5. Your boy Torrey ain't gonna have a problem with that.
Right.
It was that deal that again, and I feel like we've said this from jump, this is not about money.
What you mean by that?
This doesn't, because it just
Not
doesn't
about
add
money.
up.
How? Like
You don't think the 49ers, you don't think the 49ers, you don't think, like, have the 49ers really not come to the table with that number?
I don't think they've come to the
Maybe
table
not really.
I don't think they've come to the table with
And that's-
$25 million a year.
But that's not 25 per year.
That I mean the four
That's,
400.
that's
I know,
not
but
real.
I don't.
That's not real.
But I don't think they've come.
It's the
with
57
that.
that's real. You don't think they've come to the table with $57 million?
I don't know if they have. What did Tyreek make? Like 60 or 70, right?
I feel like Tyreek was Tyreek 71.
Yeah,
total?
something around that. That's what I'm thinking. 70. I don't think they might have came with about 40.
Oh, that's so maybe
Maybe
that's
like
the
about
stuff
40.
Richard Sherman was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
In like you're taking negotiations, you're taking them too personally.
Right. Negotiations, and I understand what you say when you're like, no, come to me with your best deal, and show me, how much you appreciate me or you want me around. I get it, and you're right, but
That's not how it works.
That's not how it works.
Yeah, it's not how it works. In any walk of
Even-
life, that's not how it works.
Yeah, and even like on the flip side, like Deebo may be like, I'll like between me and you, Tori, like if they offer 48, like I'll take 48. We asking for 60 though. You know what I mean? You don't come with where you're okay with to them. You're like, let's try and get another 12 million out of these dudes. You know what I mean? So that's part of the negotiation. But I wasn't surprised Deebo wasn't moved.
Me
I don't think he will be moved.
I'm more surprised at the reports of how apparently many teams were calling. Not that there was like a list of 20 teams, but the fact that there appeared to be multiple deals on again, these are all just reports that there appeared to be multiple deals on John Lynch's desk, and 49ers just said no.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised that they said no. I'm just surprised how many people. Oh, we could go get Deebo because we've been under the thing. They ain't trading Deebo.
I would have called anyway.
Sure.
I would have called. I would have been like, hey, man, what's going on with this?
Would you have
Deebo
done it
thing?
for the 10?
Heck
What was it, the
no.
10 in the fifth round?
That offer was the way people talk about my Donovan Mitchell trade. That's how I felt about that trade. That offer was trash. I would have laughed at them. That offer was garbage. 10 in a fifth rounder for the best player on my team.
Philly, the AJ Brown trade was 18 and 101.
He's not even
overall.
the best player on that team. They feel
Deebo's the best player on the San Francisco 49ers.
One of the two, maybe one.
Who's the
of
other
three.
one?
Nick.
Trent.
Damn, he might be one of the.
Okay,
they're about 4 or 5.
Okay, all right.
Choose from
All
right
right.
there, boy.
All right.
That's
Okay, settle down,
right
settle
there,
down,
man.
Tiger. Settle down.
The best player in football, Trent Williams. How could I forget?
Settle down. I know they ain't forgetting about Aaron Donald in Los Angeles, but hey, that's another story.
Did he say he was going to play yet?
Yes,
He said
did.
he's coming back. No,
No,
seriously.
I did. No, I think Sean McVay was like, he's not going anywhere. He's playing. Like, no,
I think
Aaron
he's
Donald's
playing
not
too,
going
by the way.
anywhere. He's not. I don't think he formally said, yes, I'm coming back. It's just like, oh, come on. Y'all know I'm
Wait for
coming
him to
back.
retire.
Got to pop some more bottles of Luke Belair. Like, that's our black bottle boy, man. Come on.
That is. Shout out to Aaron Donald, man. He got a great choice in champagnes to celebrate with.
Sparkling wines.
Yeah, nah. I think yeah, nah, man. Come on, man. No, 1 and a 5. That's
I
not
love that.
good enough.
He's our best player on the team. You sure? Okay, second. Okay, he's 1 of 3. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's a couple there.
His best offensive. Well, there's Trent Williams too, but still, skill player. How about that?
He the 40. I'm so fascinated to see how this gets resolved.
I think it gets resolved with just him getting paid and everybody.
So everyone just hugs and keeps it moving, and
yeah, that's what happens. But see, here's the thing that worries me a little bit is you made all this fuss and created all this stuff. And now there's a different type of spotlight on you coming into this next season. The expectations to perform at a level that would that would justify, number one, the contract that you were asking for and the status that you were asking for, and then also justify what you ultimately ended up getting. And that's a different level of pressure. This is what we talk about all the time with De'Aaron Fox, Tyrese Halliburton. Oh, it's cute and it's great right now with Tyrese because he's fine. He's a rookie. Sign that $160 million deal.
Yeah.
And 13 and 6 ain't gonna be enough no more.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's
those are what they call these Stein numbers. So I'm serious.
Like 8.
I think it was like 14 and 7.
But that's what worries me a little bit with Deebo.
Got to perform. Can't get injured. Got to be out there for 15, 14, 15, 16 of these games.
Did you see today the exchange, the S starting that was going on with OBJ?
No, I saw someone reference it in the chat, but no, I didn't. What's happening here?
Odell Beckham tweets out. He goes, "Just got the tea from @19 problems. Should I spill?" Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. Deebo ended up responding to him and says, "Man, come on, man, you better stop all that. You know they waiting for another story to drop and all this other stuff." But the thing that came out of this, and maybe the biggest story out of last night.
Oh.
And it's continued today.
Oh.
Remember I told you we're dog sitting. I got my main name De Niro.
Yeah.
Little puppy.
Cute little guy. Yeah.
Little micro bully.
Yeah.
And recently, it happened before he got here. But recently, as you know with puppies, he found his bark.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's barking. Barking.
Okay.
The pup found his bark last night in Santa Clara.
Oh.
Because Trey Lance he got the Twitter fingers now. We ain't never heard from Trey
he
Lance.
Nice with the keyboard. Trey Lance nice with the keyboard. Okay.
We ain't heard from Trey Lance since he stepped into the NFL. But last night, I forgot who it was, some receiver, something like that. Hey, Deebo Samuel will be a Jet by the end of the night. Mark my words. All of a sudden, the pup found his bark. And he simply told him, "Stop it, Tony." And then Odell Beckham.
Wait, that was, I was expecting more. That was the buildup. That's what he tweeted.
Odell Beckham out here tweeting, "Oh, I just got the tea from 19 problems," all this other stuff. Yeah. Out of nowhere, killing all that noise. It wasn't even addressed to him. Killing all that noise. Trey Lance 09. Good news only. Crown emoji, crown emoji. He's letting everybody know, I found my bark. I'm here. All this stuff that's been going on off season, I'm here. I found my bark. You want to talk about shedding a couple tears? I shed a couple last night when I saw the young pup find his bark. It's on now. It's on. Don't be having no reckless stories no more. The young pup has found his bark. Willie Green out here.
You're ridiculous. I honest to God don't know what to say to you right now. You think that's Trey Lance barking?
He found his bark. He's a pup. He's a pup. And before he was trying to make noise, but nothing was coming out. Found his bark now. Let's go. Let's go. The league is on notice. Don't try none of this nonsense.
For God's sakes. Fam. Oh, man. What is wrong with you? Yeah, he don't tweet.
He don't tweet until he found his bark. And he said, "We killing all that noise."
All right. That's not what any of this says, by the way. This doesn't say we're killing all of this noise. It does say good news only. Huh. All right.
He told.
I'm glad you're happy.
He told Audubon. What he told him? He said, "Those are the puppies over there. I'm the big dog."
Wow. You need help, dude. Your 49er fandom is definitely something.
League is
Stop
on
it,
notice.
Tony. He found his bark.
He found his bark. He found his bark.
That was barely a yerp.
Well, when you find your bark, you're not out. You're not sounding like a Rottweiler. You're still a little puppy.
Jazzy 510 says, puppy setting has gone to your head. I think in fact it has. This is Jazzy follows with this sequence is so ridiculous. Eye roll emoji. LOL. Come on, Kenny. Rob W. Homer Capaway.
Oh, look,
Kenny reaching.
Hey, you reaching for the wrong ones because I think Delivery Joe is right. It's time to acknowledge young Trey.
Acknowledge me.
Yeah.
I think this is young Trey.
Acknowledge me.
That's young Trey right there.
I saw it coming. It was still funny.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad your quarterback got his. I'm glad he's finding his bark. Listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. We'll get Kyle Madson's thoughts on all of this. He'll join us coming up in about 10 minutes or so. 49ers have 6 picks 49ers have 9 picks over the course of the next couple of days. I think they have 3 tonight.
Yeah, let's go. Let's make some picks, baby.
You still think that playmaker is coming here in this draft?
Well, so here's the deal. And when we had our little meeting, you said you didn't think it was coming, and I was like, well, I don't know how you can say that.
I feel like they're gonna go in different directions. Like I feel like they're gonna. By the way, just a quick mention of this. We talked about all of these different trades that were out there. The 49ers would have had the number 29 pick this year if it weren't for the Trey Lance deal. So that pick, the 29 pick, went to Miami in the deal that landed them the number 3, the Trey Lance thing, the whole deal. That pick went to Kansas City in the Tyreek Hill deal. They swapped it with New England last night. New England, they took a center out of Chattanooga. Just that's what would have been done with the that's where we were with the 29th pick last night. A center from Chattanooga. There's a belief that the San Francisco 49ers need a center. We know they need a little bit of help on the offensive line. We know they need a little bit of help on the defensive side of the ball, a little bit of help at the cornerback position. I feel like there's a lot of things they could do. Maybe they land that playmaker. Maybe they get lucky, and land a guy. Hey, this guy could really wind up being dynamic for you. You might land a playmaker. You might not know it right away. Maybe you know it later. Maybe you know it down the line. Maybe they're put in a position where they got to play more. I just don't. I don't think you're taking a. I certainly don't. I don't think you're taking anyone that you go, that's a playmaker today. I think you're feeling those other positions today.
But that's my whole point. Like we don't know. Nobody thought George Kittle was a playmaker when he was taken in the 5th round. We don't.
Okay.
know.
Okay. Well, I'll walk it back then if that's the case. I just don't think you're going to know right away if you're drafting a guy. You're going to have to get lucky. Or your late round scout team has been pretty good, so maybe that.
Mitchell. Actually, this is when they draft their playmakers. Actually,
that's actually kind of true. Is Elijah Mitchell a big playmaker? Or is he just a solid?
I think I would put him as being solid.
Is he a foundational piece?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think he's a guy that you give the rock 25 times a game for the next 5-6 years.
That doesn't matter though, because that's not what Kyle Shanahan does. Kyle Shanahan ever had a workload back?
No.
Besides Robert Griffin III. Besides him, has he ever had a workload?
He cycles through backs during the season.
Right. That's what I mean.
2019, it was It was Breida, then Coleman, then Mostert. So, nah. But I think that's the whole point being, I think they will look to get a wide receiver in the draft. I think they will look to get a running back in this draft as well. And when you talk about playmaker too, I think they'll draft a cornerback. And that's another playmaking type guy that I was looking at in a different way. You know, they need a guy that can be a ball hawk. They can create some turnovers, create some havoc out there, not just be a solid corner guy. I think they got those type of guys. Emmanuel Mosley comes to mind when I think about that. But I hope, I don't know, but I hope they take at least one wide receiver, one running back, and a cornerback.
Well, they got enough picks to do it. It's just a question of where do they do it. So I'll rephrase it. Do you think they take one of those today?
No, I think they go offensive line today.
Mm-hmm.
They might even go defensive line too in the second and third round.
Okay.
I think these skill guys, I think will be more so in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th.
Not very many quarterbacks being drafted. Pittsburgh did wind up taking a quarterback. I think it was at 20. They took Kenny Pickett. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And the kid from Liberty wasn't even taken last night. There were mock drafts that had him going first quarterback off the board.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't even drafted.
Yeah.
Maybe that's because he'd be a better running back or something.
Oh, yeah. For all those who thought that was gone,
I don't know.
It's not.
That's never going anywhere. Does that make it more likely or indifferent that Jimmy Garoppolo that you can find a trade partner for Jimmy Garoppolo?
I can understand somebody saying more likely, a little bit more likely. I think it's still indifferent because one of the things that I talked about, and I guess it depends on what the coach is looking for, but you know, I've talked about like, well, why would I trade for Jimmy and maybe even sign him to an extension when I could just take a second, third round guy and try and see what I got there. If not, that don't work, then I'll draft another one next year. But one of those things is you take that second, third round guy, you let him develop, and you get a guy like Jimmy to be a little bit of a stopgap. Jimmy may be in a situation where he's now a bit of a stopgap quarterback at this point in time. Till the young guy's ready.
What about Baker? Is Baker a starting quarterback when the season starts?
Yeah, I think he'll be a starter somewhere.
Jimmy's not.
There's only one opening, right? Carolina, as far as starting, and Seattle's still there too. But it's
Drew
great.
Lock could be a starting quarterback in the league next year, and Jimmy Garoppolo and Baker Mayfield might not be.
Make no sense. If I was Carolina, I'd take Jimmy over Baker.
Okay.
Solid, a little more reliable.
He's certainly less of a wild card. Let's get E-Biz in here real quick. Kyle's going to join us here in a couple of minutes. E-Biz, what's good, baby?
What's up with it, family, man? How y'all week going?
We good, E-Biz. What's going on with you, big dog?
Not much, man. So I just wanted to ask you guys about the coaching search. You know, I know how the season's over for a few coaches right now, but I was looking on Bleacher Report, and it said how, you know, the Lakers are about to have Darvin Ham for an interview. Mm-hmm. Have you guys thought about it? Have you guys thought about if it's going to be, you know, tough for the Kings to get some coaches? You know, how other jobs have been opening up, because, you know, how I was thinking, because, you know, like how we have a lot of coaches right now that they're trying to interview, but how we're just trying to come up, but then, like, pertaining to the Lakers, for example, they have championship aspirations. Do you guys think it's going to be kind of hard for us to get somebody?
Yeah, I figured there would be at least a handful of overlapping candidates when it comes to the young guys. Darvin Ham seemed like a no-brainer for all currently 3 available jobs. I wonder if the same is going to be true for Will Hardy. And it's interesting that they said that Shams reported Darvin Ham and not Charles Lee. So I only point that because they're both with the Milwaukee Bucks. You would think that would be a story that's out at the same time. So we've thought about it, not particularly worried about it. And then the other coaches, I don't care. Like Mike D'Antoni, Mark Jackson, Steve Clifford. Like yes, absolutely, interview all of them.
Yeah, and I still think the combination of these guys are trying to get a job in the NBA, and it doesn't seem. Yeah, I know it's not completely over, but it doesn't seem like there's going to be a ton of openings this year. I think it'll still be fine for the Kings trying to find a head coach. I don't think they're going to get upended a bunch of times because it's the Sacramento Kings and other teams are looking for head coaches. There aren't that many guys looking for head coaches this year,
right?
So far.
We'll talk more about the Sacramento Kings head coaching position when 1320 Kings insider James Ham joins us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. Kyle Madson will be with us next. We'll talk Deebo. We'll talk 49ers. We'll talk NFL draft. I kind of want to ask him about the Steph point guard thing, but I realize if we lead with that, we could be lost. We could be lost for 35 minutes.
What we got to do?
The point guard the point guard conversations have never been short here on this show. Either way, Kyle joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I got nothing, dude. I got nothing.
I don't even have a 13th round today.
Okay. I'm just gonna go grab my juice.
For bar. Bro, I don't think I wouldn't know, so maybe I'm wrong. Ain't never talked no wrestling over there. Not once. That's a trip, man. That really is a trip. Trying to bring. Nah, for real. For real. We gotta make sure we pay Jesse. Make sure you don't leave. Go. Oh man. I saw that. I said, wow. Okay. Who was he talking about? Oh man, I'm about to check it out now. Oh, look, on Pluto Boxing right now. White collar boxing. I feel like I gotta watch this show more. They should come up with Twitter boxing. That would be awesome.
I found.
Bro, I didn't even say nothing to you. Get off of here. Come on, bro. I didn't even have the volume up. How we get there? Nah, so no Trista today. She's out of town. She's on the road. No Trista. Just us. And Kyle and James. I know what I will be getting on the next break, though. It's going to be some good popcorn, believe me. Man, I'd pay. I'd pay a little bit. Tory Dandies. I think I called him Tory Daniel. It's Tory Dandy. That's what always comes to my mind too. Troy Daniels. He can go a little bit.
No, y'all have fun with it. I think he's here this week or next week or something. Okay. You have a chance to win 2 VIP tickets to the Golden Sky Fest, the 2-day music, beer, and food fest at Discovery Park this October 15th and 16th. Just head over to the contest page at ESPN1320.net. Kyle Madson will join us. Of course, Kyle Madson of 95.7 The Game, Candlestick Chronicles, and Niners Wire will join us here in just a couple of minutes. We'll talk a little bit about the draft last night, where the Deebo Samuel situation sits at, what the 49ers will do tonight. Really, now that I say that out loud, we don't need to talk about the draft last night. The 49ers literally did nothing last night. But they got some work ahead of them tonight.
Yeah, real work begins now.
Yeah, you got to, I would say you got to hit on these picks. History says they won't, but they'll hit on the picks tomorrow. They'll nail the picks on Saturday. That's for sure. The 49ers are good for that.
You want to talk about a great draft day? I think it was 2019 draft. Imagine getting Bosa and Deebo in the same draft. 1 and 2. Wow. That's what it is. The Niners really all or nothing. They either like chill it or
you're either Trey Sermon or Deebo Samuel. Like there's no in between. It's like you're an all pro or you're in the doghouse.
Man, the gift and the curse getting Bosa and Deebo. Now you got bam both at the same time.
I don't want to give up on Trey Sermon just yet, by the way.
I don't either. I think Trace, I forgot about him when we were talking about running backs. We seemed to come along as the season went along. It wasn't a big splash, but I saw little things from him that I liked as he got more and more comfortable and healthy in the NFL game until he got hurt. But a year under his belt, now full training camp. Yeah, I'm okay. I'm anxious to see what he could be. I haven't given up on him at all.
Okay, and hopefully Brandon Ayuk spends 0 time in the doghouse. Allegedly,
we're good. Yeah,
Kyle Shanahan doghouse. Hopefully, he has a good camp here, and we'll see. We'll see. Again, Kyle Madson will join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. As I said, I'm tempted to throw the Steph Curry question at him.
No, we got to do it. We got to do it. I need to hear Warriors fans' perspective on this.
For those who weren't with us earlier, shame on you. You really should be with us for like all 4 hours. It's just like it's important that you're here for all 4 hours. But we were trying to figure out how to classify Steph Curry, and we were having the conversation really started with Chris Paul about Chris Paul being, is Chris Paul the greatest point guard of all time? Where does he rank amongst the greatest point guard of all time? And we were talking about Magic, Isaiah, these different guys. And then it became, well, where does Steph rank? Well, he doesn't. He's just a point guard in like name. He's the greatest shooter of all time. And then that launched a lengthy conversation about what you do with Steph Curry in these types of conversations.
Yeah. You said he doesn't rank.
That's true. I said he doesn't rank.
I rank him.
I rank him as the greatest shooter of all time.
I rank him as the second best point guard of all time. Another thing that we failed to mention during that whole thing is, and I thought about it later, Steve Nash isn't in that combo. Steve Nash isn't ahead of Chris Paul. He's not for me either. I'm just checking. I'm just doing my due diligence.
No, like I can. Yeah, no, he's good, but I don't consider him one
2-time MVP. 2 times was the best player in the league. To Chris Paul's.
No. 2 times Steve Nash won the MVP award.
Yeah,
At no time was Steve Nash ever the best player in the NBA. Like, we can debate like Jokic and Embiid and Giannis and their seasons and all that. That's fine. No one's looking at Jokic going, how did he win this? No, Jokic, absolutely. If you think there are 3 of the best players in the league, they're the 3 guys that we just named there. Jokic, absolutely. That's fine. Mm-hmm. You don't do that with Steve Nash. You look at, wow, Steve Nash, how? What'd he do? Oh, okay. Wait, twice? He did it. He won it twice? That's a weird one. That's one I always look at like, okay.
2 times.
Couldn't give it to Kobe.
Could be MVP.
What was the other one? Was it
It was Shaq. I think.
Okay.
Maybe it wasn't Shaq because it was after. Maybe it was.
They definitely kept.
No, I think the first one was supposed to be Shaq. Second one should have been Kobe.
Okay.
I think that's how it went.
Okay. I mean, again, this isn't to minimize Steve Nash at all. Steve Nash is a very good basketball player. Very good. I just never considered him the best player in the league.
I agree.
I certainly didn't consider him the best player in the league twice.
I agree.
As we welcome in the curator of vibes over at 95.7 The Game in San Francisco, writer over at Niners Wire, and host of Candlestick Chronicles, our man Kyle Madson. So we're just going to do it, Kyle.
Curator of vibes. I love it.
Going to bring you into the conversation here.
Okay. My cats are currently trying to kill each other, so we might have some fireworks mid-hit. That'll be great.
Okay. Well, Pete will be all over us for that, but we'll see. You were late because you were breaking up a fight between your cats?
Yeah, like legitimately. It's going to be great.
Wow. Okay. Well, if let's keep the cats safe. No cats were harmed in this conversation with Kyle Madson. We were talking about the greatest point guards of all time. And Chris Paul, based on Chris Paul's performance, we started talking about point guards, and then Steph Curry's name came up. Mm-hmm. And I have a problem putting Steph Curry in the point guard category. I don't know where to put him is the problem. I just acknowledge that Steph Curry is the greatest shooter that we've ever seen. But when you list guys like Chris Paul, Isaiah Thomas, John Stockton, Magic Johnson, and then you mention Steph, it's like, okay, he's one of these things is very much not like the other. And I don't know what to do with Steph Curry in terms of the greatest point guards of all time conversation.
Do you put him in the shooting guard conversation?
I just put him as the greatest shooter of all time. So we tried to do the shooting guard thing as well. And I think things got worse from there.
Yeah, no, that doesn't really work.
Now he's competing with Jordan and Kobe, and he just gets his own category. He's the greatest Steph of all time.
Here's why. I think you put him in the point guard category, and here's why. Because if you're building a team, if you're building an all-time team, and Steph has to be on it, you're putting him at the 1. Like if you're building that team out 1 through 5.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me is why he goes as a point guard. Now, when it comes to like ranking him among those guys, yeah, he's obviously not the distributor that a John Stockton was. He's not the distributor even a Chris Paul is, but
he's not the distributor that LeBron James is.
Yeah, but hey, if we're keeping it a buck, not that many people in NBA history are.
LeBron James is 7th in assists all time.
He's unbelievable, dude. It's unbelievable. His just numbers, like his stats.
Yeah,
he's incredible. Yeah, I don't know. Like if you're building a team, okay, if you're starting a team today, are you taking Steph or John Stockton?
Steph.
Okay. Are you taking Steph or Isaiah Thomas?
Steph.
We
could do this all day. The only answer that I'm not taking Steph for is Magic Johnson.
Okay, I think so. I think that's where I'm at too. And I think you make him a
I think
point
my
guard.
all-time team would survive with Magic Johnson at the point guard position.
I think it'd be okay. Yeah.
I
think you'd be fine.
The thing that I hesitate, and Kyle's a good Warrior fan. He gets the typical Dubs fan in him every now and then. But for the most part, he's a good Warrior fan. I struggle a little bit with Chris Paul, like Chris Paul and Steph. Like when you ask that question, because it's like, man, I know my team gonna be all right.
Yeah.
Because Chris Paul is going to orchestrate everything I need. Not that there'll be
Chris Paul is going to make Michael Jordan better.
Well, not that they will fall off the face.
When it comes down to winning time,
Yeah.
Chris Paul's not his best.
They won't fall off the face of the earth with Steph Curry by any means. But when I talk about point guard, I already got guys that's going to put up 25 a night. I need a guy to make sure everybody's taken care of. And that's what I think of when I think of Chris Paul. But it's tough because I love Steph, and Steph has all the accolades. He's got a lot of the numbers that put him above Chris Paul. But man, yeah, I don't know. I don't know with that one.
Yeah, Chris Paul gets the knock, and I don't love Chris Paul, but it's mostly because he's just been so good for so long. And it's the same thing with Russ. Like he's
forgot about
one of the guys the Warriors played against every single year, and he's just a pain. He's really, really good. If he's awesome. Like he's so good. And I think we get so wrapped up in like ring culture and if you don't have a ring, you don't belong in this conversation. It's the problem with Charles Barkley. Like Charles Barkley is an all-timer, flat out, like incredible player. People go, okay, well, he didn't win one, so remove him. Same thing with Dan Marino. Dan Marino was throwing for 5,000 yards in the mid 80s. That's nuts. Like that's actually crazy. Yeah. So I think we get too caught up in that. And I think that's what hurts Chris Paul when people have the conversation of where he ranks all time. But it's like, dude, he's been doing it for 15, 16, 17 years, and his teams are just consistently really, really good, and he's consistently really good. And is there a player that if you I know this sounds weird because of the type of player Chris Paul is, but if you need a bucket with like 10 seconds left, there's not a lot of people I want having the ball over Chris Paul.
That's a good point.
And that's on top of what he does, like Kenny said, orchestrating the offense and making sure that the right play is getting made.
Yeah.
He just makes teams better. I mean,
like when he just cruises into that little like 14-foot pull up, like that's cash every time.
Yeah.
Do you think a ring changes his legacy?
Big time.
Yeah,
big time.
Yeah, big time. Like if he wins one, if they beat the Warriors in any of those five, was it what they were?
Well, use this year. Use this year because the thing that
God, yeah.
If it's the Warriors and the Suns in the Western Conference Finals, and Chris Paul's finally able to beat Steph Curry, and then take this Phoenix Suns team, which I think is a huge part of the story. You go to the finals back-to-back years with the Phoenix Suns, you win the second one. I feel like the whole story might elevate Chris Paul a little bit more than just saying he won an NBA championship.
Well, yeah, because he did it, like you said, with the Suns. And forget, the Phoenix area is a basketball city. Like the Suns are 1A, B, and C there, and then like the Cardinals and Diamondbacks. So if it's Chris Paul leading that team to a title and doing so at age, what is he, 36, 37?
37, I think, yeah.
Doing so in his late 30s, doing so in a first round where Devin Booker got hurt. And doing it in a year where like Memphis is good, the Warriors are good, Dallas might be good, and then in the East is loaded too, and whoever they beat coming out of the East is going to be awesome. And I think that if he gets that ring, the narrative now changes to what it should be, which is like, man, he got really close a bunch of times and ran into some really bad luck. If he doesn't hurt his hamstring in 2018, is it 2018 the year he hurt his hamstring?
Yeah, 2018.
Like they beat the Warriors in that series in like 6 games. So I think he's had a really unlucky career. And I think if this year culminates in a ring and it's like, see, it's not Chris Paul, it's not necessarily the player. It was all this adversity he ran into along the way. I think it changes the narrative a lot.
The thing, and this is nitpicking right here. I said after talking through it, I don't think it changes his legacy much at all. Initially, I was just like, yeah, it does. But what I mean by that is, like, I already have him. I don't know. I don't have a number for it, but he's already up there on the echelon without the ring.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's better than Stockton. So if he gets one, when I talk about guys that are ahead of him, I don't think I have him over Isaiah Thomas. I don't have him over Steph Curry. I don't have him over Magic Johnson. If he gets the one, he's not jumping those guys. Isaiah Thomas, and I want to get your thoughts on this. I think there are people who would say, yeah, he's better than Isaiah Thomas. Here's what I'd say about Isaiah, and I said it to Damien earlier. Isaiah got two of those things, and he didn't just get two. He went through the gods to get them.
Right.
He went through the gods. He went through Bird, Magic, Jordan to get them done, and he got two of them back to back. I have Isaiah over Chris Paul on that, and I don't know if one gets Chris Paul over Isaiah for me.
I think that's fair. I just think that there's a lot of people who right now are like, he's not in the discussion. And I don't think that's fair. And I think that anybody who's still at that
not in the discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not fair.
That's ridiculous, right? But I think if he gets that ring, like you can't do that anymore.
True.
Like he belongs in that group that you say he's in, and he already does. The one thing that I do think impacts Chris Paul in a negative way is just that he's kind of just a dirty player. Like you see him throwing the kicks and the flagrant foul on Herb Jones and just little things like that kind of throughout his career that people notice. He's known as a flopper. Like there's that classic photo of DeMarcus Cousins just walking and Chris
Legendary.
Paul, like someone just, it's hilarious. So I think there's some stuff with Chris Paul that just irks people that might keep them from ever putting him in that Stockton, Thomas.
Yeah, because Stockton does nothing to irk people at all.
Well, that's a different thing. I mean, that's the other thing too, is like, we're talking about this in the moment. Who knows what, you know, a 30-year-old in 2050 is talking about, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's going to be fascinating to see how his legacy kind of plays out over the years.
Chris Paul will be the Pistol Pete reference from earlier in today's show.
My man Rick Warren called in and said Pistol Pete was top 5.
You ever seen him dribble with his knees?
I said,
not many people are doing that.
I said Pistol Pete was Steph-like. Normally average like 5 assists a game, but what do you average 1 year? Like 31?
Why are we doing this? We weren't around for it.
There's like 31. Pistol Pete was.
I don't think that there's no one Steph-like except Steph-like. His 24 points were very different than Steph Curry's points per game.
Yeah, he didn't have a 3-point line.
That's right. And he
didn't have a 3-point line.
He was dribbling off his knees. It's just, I'm certain.
We had somebody during the pandemic at 95.7. It was just a lot of that kind of like, hey, where does Steph rank in this group and that kind of thing. And we kept calling Steph the best shooter of all time because he is. And we had this guy call in and go, Rick Barry's the best shooter of all time. Like, all right, man, good. Take a nap, please. Want everybody to listen to the show except you.
Let's shift our attention to 49er football. What, if anything, does A.J. Brown's trade and deal mean for the 49ers and Deebo Samuel?
I think it means that I don't know if the trade does a lot, but the deal is kind of interesting because 4 and 100 with 57 guaranteed. Because as we know, A.J. Brown and Deebo Samuel share an agent. I think that's probably at least a ballpark of what Deebo's looking for. Mm-hmm. Whether the 49ers would do that or not, I have no idea. I personally would. But like if that's the ballpark number, it's like, okay, Deebo, according to reports, hasn't even been negotiating with the 49ers. They didn't bring an offer to the table in April, so he said, screw that, trade me then. If there's not some irreconcilable personal difference, I don't think 4 and 100 with 57 guaranteed is going to hold anything up. Like, I think the 49ers would be willing to get there to keep him around, especially now that we're past the first round this year.
Yeah.
Like, the value they're going to get for him in a trade is just not going to be there.
Right.
So if I think they've had an idea of what the number might be the whole time. and I think they're willing to get there, which is why when the Jets offered a first and a fifth, they said no, because they're willing to pay this guy. But if some team wanted to get fleeced in a trade for him, then they were willing to do that. But yeah, it's definitely interesting that those are the numbers that Brown got, and I think that whenever a Deebo Samuel deal does come down, it's going to look a lot like that.
Did you see because it's really the guaranteed money that we're always talking about. Did you see that being what Deebo would end up getting? Like, and I'm assuming here that he gets 57.5 or 58, 59, $60 million. I thought it would be around 40, but I mean, the wide receiver market has gone so crazy right now.
Yeah.
Did you see it? And do you think the 49ers saw, all right, this thing might get up to where we got to give him 60 million guaranteed?
I don't know. I've been when I've tossed out numbers, I've just said like 50, but 57, 60, like I think he's a good enough player and an impactful enough player that if the Niners were at 50, then that extra 7, like they can trim some fat elsewhere and pay him.
Is that Dan D Ford still on the roster? My gosh.
Who?
D Ford.
Yeah, he
retired already.
Disaster. That's a disaster.
That money.
Yeah, they've just kicked that down the road and just kind of spread that cap hit out. But yeah, they're still paying D Ford. He'll come off the books. Alex Mack might retire. And this is the thing, is that extension wouldn't even kick in until next year. Which is an interesting point that Matt Mayoko from NBC Sports made. He's like, if you're looking at 4 and 100, factor in this year, and you're looking at 5 and 104, which now becomes more palatable if you're looking at just the annual per year. But annual per year doesn't amount per year.
Does that? Do you think? Because there's obviously we don't know what's going on. Like this whole thing just feels so weird. What you referenced, like. Unless they've reached some sort of irreconcilable differences. Do you think they have? Like, is there more to this that we don't know about?
I have no idea, but it wouldn't surprise me if Deebo, coming off the year he just had, went in to the offseason going, I'm going to get paid, and I'm going to get paid ASAP because this team loves me. I love this team. We're going to do this together. Da-da-da-da-da. And then he went into negotiations and John Lynch said, kick rocks, more or less. Like, we'll get this done in July when we're more comfortable doing this. I don't know why the Niners do that, but that's when Fred Warner got signed. That's when George Kittle got signed. Like, that's just that's what they do with their big contracts, is they wait until training camp. And I don't know if Deebo got impatient. I don't know if there was some perceived disrespect with the way that John Lynch said, pass for now, like we'll talk in June or whatever. But that's, I don't like, I and nobody else knows, is Deebo just super sensitive? And when the Niners didn't offer him a contract, he took that as, a middle finger, or was something said, was something done? That's what I don't know. But the 49ers apparently think that they can fix it, because if they didn't, they would have taken the first round pick for him.
I do think that was a good deal, or a good proposed deal. I didn't think that was enough from the Jets. First round and the fifth round, like that wouldn't even get me thinking about it.
No.
Obviously, we're kind of past the mark now. I agree with you. I don't think he's going to be traded. But coming in, like, what would a fair deal to get, the 49ers attention, what would that look like in your opinion?
Okay, so a fair deal, or one that would have gotten the 49ers to trade him?
Give me both.
I think something that would have been fair is something a lot like what AJ Brown fetched. If the Jets were going to give up 10, I think Philly gave up 18 and 101.
Yep.
So if the Jets gave up, 10 in their later third rounder, or, whatever, I think that's probably in the ballpark of what would have been quote unquote fair. But I think the Niners would have needed like 10, and I think the Jets have 35, would have needed like 10 and 35 and maybe something in the middle rounds next year. Like, I think it was going to have to really be like a wow, the Jets overpaid type of deal. for the 49ers to even consider it. So yeah, I'm guessing the Jets said a first and a fifth is our best offer, and the Niners said no thanks. Like I'm with Kenny. I wouldn't even consider that.
Where do you think they go tonight? Their first time selecting at the draft. They got 3 picks tonight. What positions do you think they go?
I think I'm not big on drafting like a position. I think if I was a GM, I would be like, hey, who's the best player? Like, let's just take them. If we have 2 good players at that position, great. We now have 3 good players at that position, but they need offensive line help. And I think there will be a starting caliber player whenever they do pick on the offensive line. That's the route I think they go, but it wouldn't shock me if there's a couple really good defensive ends left in this draft. Ebiketie from Penn State is still available. Boye Mafe from Minnesota is available. Nick Benito's from Ohio State, he's still on the board. And then David Ojabo from Michigan, who tore his Achilles, is available as well. It wouldn't surprise me if the Niners traded up if one of those guys started to kind of trickle down the board a little bit, because we know they love their defensive ends. Jalen Petrie from Baylor, he's a safety, and Jaquan Brisker, another safety from Penn State, are both players I think could fit this defense nicely. So if they wanted to bolster their secondary or their pass rush, that wouldn't shock me either. But it just with as many holes as they have on the offensive line, I think they go that route.
That's Kyle Madson, Candlestick Chronicles, 99ers Wire, and 95.7 The Game in San Francisco. Appreciate you as always, Kyle. We'll come back. James Ham joins us. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll talk the coaching search when our 1320 Kings Insider joins us next here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Clear.
I'll be right back. All right, Kyle.
All right, buddy.
Cats lived. That's good.
Yeah, they didn't box mid-show, which is that's big time. That's really big time.
Solid stuff.
I went to this Puerto Rican restaurant today to pick up lunch in Oakland, and it's bomb.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Okay.
It's called La Perla. Free advertising for them.
Is Oakland on your way home?
Mm-hmm.
Or okay.
Yeah, so I go across the Bay Bridge.
Yeah.
I usually jump on 580 and then hit 24 toward Walnut Creek and take that in.
Gotcha.
But this restaurant, I take 580 past my usual exit, like 3 miles, and it's just off the freeway, and then I just get back on the other way and take the same route home.
Very nice.
Yeah, so not super far out of the way, and it's delicious.
That's cool.
I will be going here again.
What did you order?
I had a chicken empanada, some rice that has there's some stuff I'm not even going to try and pronounce in it.
Sure.
But it's these like peas, kind of. They're like, I think it's a type of, what's that, a legume?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that. And then I got some twice fried plantains that were fantastic.
Man.
Yeah, dude. It's like they fry the tostones, I think they're called.
Mm-hmm.
Someone correct me if I'm wrong there. I'm sure I am, but you fry the plantain for like 3 minutes, and then you smash it, and then you fry it again.
Oh man,
it's unbelievable.
Yeah, plantains the other night. I mean, they weren't twice fried, but man, you make those right. They're delicious.
Give me a plantain, and I'm in. Any kind of plantain. Preparation doesn't matter.
For sure. All right.
Yeah, man. Now I'm watching Winning Time. I probably should have been working. I probably should have been writing.
Winning Time's good use of your time, though. That's good stuff.
Yeah, and like it's 2 hours before the draft. I'm not gonna get a million clicks on that. So I decided to use my time to eat and watch Winning Time and keep my cats from killing each other.
That's solid.
I feel like
solid use of time. I think you did. Win for Kyle Madson.
Yeah. I might drink a little Bumbu tonight.
There you go. Which one?
Yeah.
I know you like the.
I think I might tap into the XO.
Okay.
Yeah, draft nights are long, so I might. I haven't decided if I'm going to tap into that and just drink something straight.
It's a good way to go.
I might do the regular. What's the regular called? Just regular?
Just Bumbu original.
Just Bumbu. Yeah.
Bumbu
I might do that
XO,
with a little ginger ale and lime.
It works. Yep. It's good stuff. XOs are good for cigars. Original's good for
Just cutting an ad right now.
Yeah. Coke and bamboo, good for breakfast.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee, milkshakes, whatever y'all want.
Dude, the
man.
cream is so good.
Yeah, it really is.
I haven't even opened my new bottle yet.
That's the one everyone wants. My mom came over. She was like, "Hey, do you have any more of that bamboo cream one?" Yep, Mom, sure do.
Yeah, Ma, I got you.
I got you. I got like 7 around this house, Mom. Like I got you. So,
excellent.
All right, man. Well, enjoy the
All right,
draft. Appreciate you as always, my friend.
Yeah, no doubt. Sorry, sorry I was late for sure.
Oh, don't worry. Got to keep the cats alive.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, man.
We'll see you, fellas.
Later.
Bye.
John, don't mix the XO. That's one that you go. That's one that you just go neat. It has strong whiskey vibes. Like it's the strongest one out of the 3. In fact, when you factor in like Vylon, McQueen, everything, the XO is like the strongest of all of them. It is the strongest taste of all of them. So my opinion, I wouldn't mix it. I don't mix alcohol, but I wouldn't mix that. I don't think it would mix well with Coke like the original does. You know what to do, man. Go and get you some. Go and get you some, Dr. David. It's that time. I mean, it's basically 3:00. That's fine. There you go. Go mixture with the XO is ice. Yeah, not a bad call. Not a bad call at all. Yeah, I think you'll like it. It's one of my favorites. I just don't get to it very often because I don't know. I feel like that's more of a pour, chill, be on a vibe, just relax. That's the one.
Did you see this clip of Bobby Lashley falling out of the ring?
I did. Yeah.
Wow.
Did you need him, Jesse? Okay. Yeah, no, he'll probably just stay here with Ham coming on. Hang on, Kenny. Here we come. Appreciate you for being with us. Still on KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Some in the chat house already tapping in. We'll pour our first drink in about an hour and 10 minutes. We'll talk to James Ham coming up here in a few minutes as well. Man, one game tonight.
Yeah, man. And look, I don't think we have anything tomorrow.
There's no game tomorrow?
No, I think the second rounds, the way I look at it, no game tomorrow. Boston, Milwaukee starts Sunday morning, and it's either game 7 or game 1 of Warriors. Whoever wins.
What the hell am I going to do tomorrow?
Watch baseball.
You funny today, boy.
Got all day to watch baseball tomorrow. Baby, let's go.
You funny today, boy. I'll find something to do. Won't be that. I'll definitely find something.
On tomorrow night. You might watch. I think it's on regular ESPN too.
What's on regular ESPN?
Shakur Stevenson versus Oscar Valdez. That's a good fight.
Okay.
Shakur gonna mop the floor with him.
I'm more likely to watch that than baseball. Again, I'm confident I'll find something. I still haven't watched the Batman movie. It's on HBO Max. I wanted to. It's hard. I like watching those movies upstairs, but with okay,
everybody would. I mean, UA, the people that created United Artists, they love to watch it upstairs.
So just ignore this dummy. I don't with Smoothie the way with. Smoothie walking around on 3 legs. I don't really like doing stuff upstairs where she, has to kind of go up and down. So I've kind of put my movie watching on hold a little bit. We watched a little bit of, because my family came over the weekend to see her. So we watched a little bit of Brooklyn, Boston upstairs, which was fun. But I do want to watch the Batman movie. That's I mean, a lot of people in the chat house spoke highly about it. It's been on HBO Max for like a week now. So I want to check that out. I'm sure I have some TV I can catch up on tomorrow. It'll be the prime time to do it because I ain't going to sit around. I mean, you catch the NFL draft during the day. I'll watch Kenny's fight if I remember later. But it's a good time to catch up on some stuff there.
You know what I'm gonna watch tonight? I'm gonna watch The Office.
Yeah, you're a liar.
I am. I'm watching.
You're such a liar. You're such a liar. You are not.
The Office.
I guarantee you're not watching.
What I saw when I watched, I just hadn't gone back.
But when how long ago was that? Exactly.
Going on. So it was.
It's like a year.
It's like August or something.
Okay, Jesse nailed it. If you're watching The Office, we're doing a basketball episode quiz on Monday to see if you actually watched it. I'm just gonna text Jazz. What's Kenny doing? Like right now, this second. What's Kenny doing?
She go to sleep at like 9 o'clock.
Oh, okay. Well, that's my girl right there. She knows what time it is. Jesse says Ozark is out. Oh, that might occupy some of my time. I didn't know the second part of the season was out.
You know what I might do? I'm gonna watch The Office. I'm not gonna say how much, but I will watch The Office. But I do. Maybe I'll watch a little Tommy.
It get like you gave up too quick. You gave up way too quick.
I was always going to go back. It was just, I mean, basketball, then winnings time was popping off.
Yeah. There wasn't a lot of time.
Yeah. So I think I'll tap back in. But I may not have time to tap in. I watch baseball. I will be.
I know. No, we all know that you do. I think Jazz is making you watch baseball. Like, hey, $150. You better be watching that damn tablet.
Look, we didn't talk about this yesterday. Actually, I would talk about this. Giancarlo Stanton, 350 home runs the other night.
Mm-hmm.
7th fastest of all time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he gets the bonds. Do you think he gets this 700?
700? Oh, yeah. Man. How old is he?
It feels like he's probably older than...
We just looked this up the other morning. I think he's like 32, but let me...
that's
32. Yeah, he's 32.
That's a little
Man.
So by the time he's 39, he would have hit another 350. That gets him to 7. I don't think that
50. I don't think so. I don't think he gets the 7. Is that list gonna be like the 300 wins list? Like is it just not gonna... We're not going to see new names added to the...
I don't think so. And the thing about that is we don't see the 300 wins list because the way the game has changed. The game ain't changed for the home run hitters. Like you still hit on that number is just nuts. What's it, 762?
It changed for a period of time.
Yeah, it did.
You know what I'm talking about?
It did. I smell what you're cooking.
I mean, Barry didn't do it.
No.
I mean, he ain't never admitted. I only know one guy that admitted it. And that's
clean as a whistle.
Clean as a whistle, indeed. Man, looking at boy, God, Pujols is sneaky. Not far away from 700.
I feel like that might be why he's getting on. Where's he at? Where's Pujols at?
681.
Oh damn! Yeah, he ain't gonna get it.
You don't think he's gonna get it?
No.
Yeah. Oh, this is his last year, right?
Did he say
this Pujols his last year?
I mean, it should be, but I don't know.
I think he said this is it.
Oh, okay.
I think. So, can someone confirm that? I swear Albert Pujols said this is it.
So the people right now that could make that move, Vlad Guerrero Jr., maybe Tatis Jr., but Tatis Jr. seems like he's going to be hurt all the time, so I don't know if that's going to happen. How old is Ohtani? Mike Trout is probably on that list too.
I mean, Mike Trout has 300. Mike Trout has 315 home runs right now,
and he's been in the league more than 7 years. I mean, obviously we're talking about 350, but
Shohei Ohtani will be 28 in July.
He
don't hit home runs like that though. Like you have to have like some
last year.
Yeah, but you have to have like some monster unless you're going to play for ever. You got to have some monster. You got to have some 60s and 70s in there.
Yeah, you got to have some 60s and 70s. 73. That's what you need.
I mean, what was Alex Rodriguez's highest home
A-Rod
run year?
Too, though. Didn't he get more than 6? What did A-Rod get?
No, Alex Rodriguez is at he was at 696.
Yeah, I was about to say, I thought he got past 660.
He had 52. He had a 52, 57, 47, 48, 54. Yeah, some big numbers in there.
Is A-Rod, and this is tough to say because they got in trouble for PEDs. Is that the second best player you've ever seen?
Yeah.
A-Rod was sick.
Yeah, he was bad. He was bad.
A-Rod was sick.
Yeah,
he was sick without the juice. Like he was a generational talent.
Not only is he the second, like I think he's by a wide margin the second best player I've ever seen.
I know the person that comes to mind is Griffey. So
that was the other one too. But there's always the Grant Hill caveat with Griffey. Like there's a lot of greatness in there. Hall of Fame players, but there's also, man, you talk about records falling. That kid had stayed healthy.
Yeah.
They all would have fallen. This would have been Ken Griffey Jr.'s world.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Bonds would have got there too.
Bonds' home run totals are wild. 37, 34, 49, 73, 46, 45, 45. Like, what?
That reminded me. So the other day I talked about Luis Gonzalez for the Giants. He had a game-winning home run against the Brewers. I don't think he has any relations to Luis Gonzalez, who used to play for the Diamondbacks. And I mean, so which one is it? Was he on the juice, or can somebody just have a crazy season sometime?
Who?
Just in general.
Like how crazy? What was what was it? Brady Anderson?
Oh no, shit! I think he got like 52 one year. I don't know.
Right. But his like career high before was like 5.
Yeah, I played basketball with Brady Anderson one time when I was working.
Was he on the juice?
Nah, he was cool. It's cool dude.
So
I was like out of nowhere one year gets 66 or something.
Yeah. Oh, fam.
I was like,
man, we know what time it is.
But don't nobody say nothing about Luis.
But probably because he didn't keep doing it.
Bonds technically didn't keep doing it.
That's true. 73 to 46. He's like, man, I better lay off this. So I think I can answer your question. You asked will Giancarlo get to 700? No. I'm looking at Albert Pujols. Albert Pujols, when he was 32 years old, hit 50 home runs in a season. From then until now, he's hit 206.
Wow.
And he's 42.
Yeah.
I'm going to guess that's more common than not.
Yeah.
So I'm going to vote no, and I'll even say the 600 club is probably a stretch. And plus, Stan goes through these weird things where he don't hit the ball for like a month.
Yeah, this is true too.
He has long stretch.
Damn, I still wish I had it on the board. Sometimes he hits home runs that we don't
that aren't really home. Now, if the home runs that he didn't actually hit that your boy Sterling called counted, that'd be different. That'd be very different.
Oh man, I thought I had it on here. I don't.
So we're not going to say nothing about Stanton.
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Stanton's like that's just
okay. He's built like someone Vince McMahon would sign today.
He absolutely is built. Okay. But so is Mike Trout.
He is?
Mike Trout is kind of ripped.
I feel like Mike Trout is big. Like Stanton's ready for Bobby Lashley. Stan's a jacked up dude, man. But so is Gabe Kapler, but I guess it doesn't matter for managers.
That's my boy, Gabe Kapler, right. Tattoo on the hand and everything. That's my boy right there.
We're all boys here, man. On 1320 Kings Insider and creator of the Kings Beat, James Ham. What's happening, my brother?
What's going on? I covered baseball a couple of times, and my takeaway was every single player was twice the size that you thought they were. Like behind the scenes, you were like, okay, this is ridiculous. Every single one of these guys is yacked. Like, Jed Lowry, who doesn't look built that big at all, is like, he's fully ripped. You know, like all of them. Josh Fegley, who is A's backup catcher when I was covering A's, his calves were like the size of basketballs, that big around. Like I was just in shock at how big these guys were. All of them were, and they're all like 5'10", 5'11", just like roped, all of them. And so I know Stanton clearly is like way far out there, but every single one of these guys behind the scenes is like I think all they do is lift weights like every single day. They eat like a ton of creamy peanut butter and they lift weights.
Creamy peanut butter. You know, it's funny you bring that up too, James, because I mean, you've done this for so long with the NBA. Are you like completely, I don't know if immune or over it is the word, but do you ever sit back and look at the guys in the NBA and be like, that is a tall group of humans. Like those guys are big. I remember one time, I tell you real quick, I met Trevor Ariza because he was friends with a friend of mine. And he was sitting on his couch and he's like, hey, Kenny, this is my man Trevor. Trevor's my man Kenny. Trevor gets up to shake my hand. And all I could think about is somebody who like played basketball and stuff like that. I was like, what the hell would I do if this guy was guarding me? Like this guy guards. He's the hand, he's touching the ceiling, all this. Like, what am I going to do with this guy? Sometimes I take a step back and I'm like, it's amazing that these guys are this size and can do what they do out there on the court.
Yeah, you know, it's crazy to think about this. Like when you're installing a door, a regular standard door in like a bedroom door or a closet door, they're called a 6'8" door or a 6'0" door. They literally are like most of the NBA players. Well, a good portion of them can't fit through a normal door at all. Every once in a while, there's somebody that's just so incredibly like large. So you get used to the tall guys, and especially some of these guys, like, you know, there are guys that are 7 foot tall and they have like 28-inch waists. I mean, they're like such bean poles, a huge percentage of them. But then there's guys like, I remember thinking that Aaron Gray was probably the biggest man, just like he was so huge. And you know, a legitimate 300-pounder, but well over 7 foot tall, and you know, maybe like almost 2 feet thick, like at the chest, just like a gigantic human being. And then a lot of them, like I remember, like Harry Giles is, you know, one of those guys who loves to walk around the locker room without his shirt on all the time, and he might have had a 30-inch waist, and his legs weren't skinny, and he's not skinny up top, but he tapered down so fast. So it's almost like they're just like really stretched out human beings where
that was Dwight.
Yeah.
Dwight had like that tiny waist and then just those huge, those huge shoulders.
Yeah.
And that wide upper body.
Most of the guys that like most of the 7-footers, like across his shoulders, they're big dudes. I remember like I've told this story on here, I think, where I sang karaoke with Olden Polonies in the old Incredible Universe karaoke booth.
What y'all know about that? Y'all went outside for Incredible Universe. Ooh.
Yeah, which you know became Fry's, which is now defunct, I think. But yeah, he was signing autographs, and I jumped in the line at the end because my buddies were with me. I'm like, hey, I'm going to see if I can get him to go sing karaoke with us. So I got up. I'm like, hey, I don't need an autograph, but you want to sing karaoke? He's like, no, that's okay, man. I'm like, look, dude, I'll let you choose a song. He's like, well, okay. So we sang Teddy Bear.
James Ham was negotiating.
Yeah, we sang Teddy Bear by Elvis, and me and Olden shared a mic, and my 3 buddies were on a different mic, and they were horrible, and me and Olden were pretty good. But my takeaway from that, and I was a much smaller man. I was like super skinny for a huge part of my life until I started this job, and you end up getting fat. But I just remember thinking that he was at least 2 of me wide. Like he was so incredibly wide compared to me, and he was not even a big 7-footer. You know, he's a 7-footer for sure, but he wasn't like, you know, like Yao, who makes Shaq
Yao
look
was
like a baby.
incredible. Yeah, seeing Yao in person was just, I'm legit speechless. Like he is tall, wide. Like he's like a walking. You know how Gorilla Monsoon used to call King Kong Bundy a walking condominium? That was Yao Ming. He was a walking condo.
Yeah, I mean, you can type in, just type in a Google search Yao and Shaq, and you'll see he is so much bigger than Shaq. And, outside of that, like Taco Fall was a gigantic man.
Oh, man.
And then Sim Bhullar, who I don't think he's ever done a sit-up in his life, nor do I think he could do a sit-up. Like, he had no abdominal muscles at all. He was just really, really tall. Outside of that, there wasn't a lot else. You're like, okay, you're super tall.
Yeah.
You get to see all of them. They all come through for pre-draft workouts, especially guys who are like late first, early seconds, or bubble guys. So you do end up seeing like almost all of the gigantic people, and it's fun. Like,
well, think of how much they changed, though. Think how much Giannis has changed since a pre-draft workout to today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I mean, but see, Giannis is a different thing. Like, Giannis is like, his hips are like 4 feet tall. Like, I don't even know where he could possibly, I mean, clearly he has a tailor, but if it wasn't for a tailor, like, how does he have clothes made? Because his, and I think Damian Jones is a really, really long-legged guy. I mean, we're talking like at a minimum of 48-inch like inseam, but probably even taller than that. Like, I don't even know how some of these guys buy clothes. And like Rudy Gay used to complain. He's like, I'm not that big, but he has a 7'3" wingspan. So he's like, every single shirt comes to here. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, because he's not a big guy outside of that. So, a lot of their money does go towards purchasing clothes that fit.
I actually have that problem with my arms too. Maybe not as drastic as Rudy Gay, but the way I like to wear my shirts, like across my chest, the arms never really match up. So it's kind of frustrating. But it's
you like wearing super form-fitting stuff.
I do that European fit.
Yeah.
He
goes to the Peja Stojakovic School of Clothing.
Paige can
go.
He can. Yeah, he can dress for sure.
Paige is the original ankle shower, man. He can absolutely rock the dress shoes with no socks.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, this is what James is here for. This is why we pay him the big bucks to be
That's
the 1320 Kings insider, is to talk about stuff like this. And you mentioned something on a recent appearance with Deuce and Mo and the Deuce and Mo podcast that, credit to Deuce. You kind of organically came up, and it's something that I never really thought about. Is Monty McNair's contract up?
Yeah, it's mystical. Like, nobody wants to actually like commit to what it is, and that's okay. I mean, like, the Kings have always been mum about contracts and stuff like that. So I'm not surprised that we don't know. Like, I know that Ken Catanella's contract was up, but when it comes to Monty, he at least has a third year coming, and then after that, I'm not sure that we know. And so I would like to tell you that it's a team option, or an option, like his own option for next season, but we're not sure. And so you're at that weird place where it's probably time to talk extension, because no one likes to go into a lame duck season, and no agent wants his guy going into a lame duck season. But I'm not quite, I can't get a full pulse on it yet. And so I'm not going to speculate fully on what I think his contract is, or if that would change his motivation for one coach or another. You just hope that like that isn't something that he's fully taking into consideration, that he's doing what's best for the franchise regardless, and of his status moving forward, which is the same thing I think we thought at the deadline. Go in and make the right move now, that's going to set this thing up to be better in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. Don't sell out the team because you got nothing to lose. And I think he did a good job of that. I mean, he kept all of their picks and all that.
Yeah. Well, don't look at my Twitter feed. I'm ready to sell out the team for Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah.
Cut everything else that you have for Donovan Mitchell. Let's do it. But that's a pipe dream. I don't think Utah's there, and I'm not sure the Kings are there, James. Like, as far as being ready to move multiple draft picks, I know if it'd be, for the right guy, they would, Donovan Mitchell. But I don't think Donovan Mitchell or anyone like him would be available. You think Monty is still like under the impression of it's not time to gut everything for a certain player?
No, I think if the right player is available and you can actually get them and you can have a discussion and actually make headway on a discussion, I think that they would shoot the moon here for the right player. I don't know who that right player is. I mean, everyone should love Donovan Mitchell and what he brings to the game. I even think that him and Fox could play in the same backcourt. They're very good friends. They've known each other forever. I even remember talking to De'Aaron about Donovan one time, and he said, like, the crazy thing is that no one saw him as a scorer ever. Like, he'd known him in high school. He's like, he was never a scorer like this. And all of a sudden he gets into the league and he's averaging, 24, 25, maybe a little bit more a game. And you're like, where did that come from? He sold himself as a point guard and a defensive player when he was coming through for pre-draft. And so, yeah, if you were going to try to go get Donovan, I mean, I think the only way you get Donovan is if you give up De'Aaron. And so I'm not sure that the Kings are willing to do that.
Kenny Caraway doesn't think so.
Happening. I don't think so, James. Like I said, you go through a lot of these trades in the past, and like the common thought is like, yeah, you give me one of your guys for my guy and all this other stuff. But one thing that I've found, the common thread on a lot of these trades are it's a massive amount of picks, and it would be somebody. It's not like rookie of the year type guy, but a young guy that you think you could build around. So in this particular case, 3 years of first round picks unprotected, and James Ham taught me, and he's right. There's no pick in basketball more valuable than a Kings unprotected pick. And
true that.
And Davion Mitchell or something like that would be the cornerstone of it. But you look back at some of these trades, look at what Boogie went for. Boogie went for a first round pick and Buddy Hield essentially, and he was a 2-time All-Star, best center in the league. You look at what James Harden went for both times. Some draft picks and Kevin Martin when he was with the Thunder. And then Houston got nothing but draft picks in this last trade when he got traded to Brooklyn. So like you would think like, oh no, you better be coming to the table with Fox or Sabonis. And that's not really how these things, or at least there are a lot of instances where it doesn't have to work out that way.
It just really depends on where the Utah Jazz are going. I mean, I could fully see Utah saying, okay, this thing's run its course. Let's see if we can get a first-round pick or two for Gobert. Let's see if we can get 3 first-round picks for Mitchell. I could see that, where all of a sudden that they're loading up with 5 first-round picks over the next, 5 drafts, and they're just, hitting the hard reset button. I could fully see that because this thing is spun out, and players don't like each other, and it's time to mix up the core. And, again, we're seeing Quin Snyder. The team is saying how much they love Quin Snyder. They have him under contract for another year. With, I believe, according to Sam Amick, it's Quin Snyder's option for another year after that. But at this point, he needs to see if that's where he wants to be long term, and I think he's earned, with that franchise, he's earned enough cachet that if he wants out, they'll let him out. But again, when it comes to that whole entire franchise, it feels like it's on the precipice of disaster. And if you're the Utah Jazz, you're a whole lot like the Sacramento Kings, except for you're extremely stable and you always have been. But you're still a small market that really struggles to get anybody in free agency. I mean, Bojan Bogdanovic is one of the top guys that they probably ever got, Carlos Boozer, I remember joining them. I think Mehmet Okur they got to sign there, but they're not A-list guys. They're more like, B-list guys that end up being pretty solid role players for you and good players for you. So if they hit the reset button, then, I mean, the Kings should be one of the first teams to call because you do have all of your picks. And, again, I think it would work. He's a great cutter. He doesn't have to have the ball in his hands all the time. He's a very good defender, although he did not defend well at all in their playoff series. But again, I think he's a friend of De'Aaron Fox, and I think you could find some common ground with another superstar athlete. But it's probably more like Harrison Barnes, Donovan Mitchell, Davion Mitchell, and 3 first-round picks. I think that's where you'd have to go because you're going to have to match salary as well. And then they would probably do something like, if they are going to blow the whole thing up, they turn around and trade Harrison Barnes and try to get another pick out of it. That's kind of how I would see it. But we would have to see. I'm just not convinced that, I think that they could make moves and try to make him happy and clear out some of the other guys.
I agree.
Do you think they need to blow it up?
Yeah.
You do?
To be honest, yeah. I think it's because Quinn hasn't lost the room. And, we saw this. I know people will kill me for this, but we saw it with Luke Walton, where Luke Walton didn't leave the room, but the team just was done. They were done with each other. And so I think that's where we're at this point, that Quin Snyder is, he's seeing this happen and he can't capture the imagination of these guys and pull them back together. And that's a problem. And so, I think that they probably are heading towards probably a nasty breakup more than anything else, with everybody going different ways. And again, we could talk about, if they're going to do something with Gobert as well, does Rashawn Holmes make sense to go there? And the answer is, yeah, that would probably be a good player to throw into a package. If you could somehow keep a guy like Harrison Barnes in the fold, that would be great. But it would be tough to come up with enough contracts to make it all make sense. Because Mitchell's, he's a 25-year-old all-star. He's under contract for another 3 years with a player option for a 4th year. It's starting this year $30 million a year, so it goes up from there. You're looking at year 4. I think he's like 37 or 39 million bucks. It's very similar to De'Aaron Fox's contract. It's probably the same contract as De'Aaron Fox, maybe with a little tweak here or there, because I think he had, if he wasn't an all-star yet, it would probably be the same deal. But they're the same draft and they are close. But Donovan Mitchell's close with a lot of people in the league. He's a guy that everybody likes.
Yeah. Hey, this is some real pie in the sky stuff, but it just kind of, I think me and Damian were talking about it earlier, and somebody asked, something happened, but people are reading tea leaves, and things are out there that Zach LaVine seems like he's going to test free agency. Is there any way the Kings can get to a point where they have enough to give him a max offer?
It would be really, really hard to do. You would basically have to give Harrison Barnes up for a bag of peanuts and then dump a couple other guys in contracts like that. It would have to be a pure salary dump. And look, I think you can do a pure salary dump. I think that there are teams that really would like Harrison Barnes if they could fit him under their cap. But it's just really hard to do, because if you're taking 1 year Harrison at $18 million, the Kings are roughly 10 or 11 million under the cap right now. You would still have to shed quite a bit in order to get a max money deal for Zach LaVine. And let's be honest, the Kings already tried that. They gave a full offer sheet to him. He accepted the offer sheet. Chicago Bulls matched. And so they lost out on Zach LaVine. It was a totally different group of people that were doing that. But at the same time, LaVine does have an injury history, a catastrophic knee injury at one point. He also, I don't know that he was super excited about going to Sacramento, and he made that clear afterwards that he did that deal just with the intent to get the Bulls to match. So yeah, I think it would be pretty difficult to get him. But again, the Bulls are a team that, when you're going through and you're looking at their roster, you really like their roster, but are they ever going to really compete? Something good has to happen. Some sort of melding pot thing that they haven't had happen yet has to happen in order for them to go take that next huge step. Right. They're more almost like what the Utah Jazz are. And even I would have taken the Jazz as if you go back last year, the year before, as more of a better contender. They were closer to being a contender than what we're seeing with the Bulls. There's just so many teams ahead of them.
Yeah.
They're like the Utah Jazz, just without all the infighting.
Because it's early though.
Well, no, for sure. I mean, that's a team that you kind of scratch your head. That Chicago Bulls team is a team that you kind of scratch your head at a little bit. It's like they had a really good season. They had moments. I think they caught a lot of people's imagination. Like, yo, this team's really rocking. And then you look a little bit deeper. Like, wait a minute, they're getting it handed to them regularly by the Milwaukees and Miamis and Bostons and Phillies. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. Like, how good are you if you're just beating, the teams below you? I mean, and we saw it. They finished, I think, in the 6th spot. But I don't know how that – and I think the Lonzo Ball injury was massive for them. But I don't know if it was the difference between them still playing right now and not.
Yeah, they had injuries everywhere. Like most of their players missed major time with injuries. Of course, we saw the what's his name, the point guard that they signed from the Lakers. Caruso had the broken wrist, but Patrick Williams missed like a good portion of the season. And Patrick Williams is a guy that you could really build around there. They also had guys that just didn't really perform the way that you thought that they might. Guys like Kobe White, guys like Derek Jones Jr. They needed depth on the front court. They're a team that, really probably should have pursued Rashawn Holmes once the trade went down for Sabonis. But they never really got on the same page. It doesn't seem with the Kings. They weren't offering anything. At least at the time, we didn't hear anything that was going on between those two. But they needed a guy like Rashawn Holmes to be like a backup 4 or 5 and sort of fill that void. Again, like that's the one thing I keep coming back to. How many teams in the league right now could use Rashawn Holmes? And that's where I think the Kings are in a good spot there. Like, again, Utah doesn't get bounced out of the playoffs year after year if they have Rashawn Holmes on the roster. The problem is that Gobert can't in the playoffs. They just space him out and get him away from the basket and they kill him. If you had a guy like Rashawn Holmes on that roster, they would have been so much better. Charlotte would have been a much better team if they had Rashawn Holmes on the roster. The Bulls would have been, 5 games better, 4 games better if they had Holmes on the roster all season. So I think the Kings have a valuable trade chip there.
Charlotte was the one that was really confusing when we thought of teams that were going to offer Rashawn a contract and how would the Kings be able to handle that. And I think they brought in one of the Plumlees or something. Like I can't. They traded for someone. They brought in a Plumlee. And it's all of a sudden, oh, that's the direction you're going. Okay.
They drafted Kai Jones too.
Yeah.
Kai Jones. Yeah. I think they were worried that Holmes was going to make a bunch more money than he did, and then by the time that they figured out that he was only going to make the 4-year, $47 million deal, then at that point they're like, oh, well, we already made the deal for Plumlee, and we can't jump back in.
They already wrote themselves out before the game.
Well, they were kind of doing the same thing the Kings did with Tristan Thompson, where they were just having insurance, right? But then it was like, okay, well, we ate up our space, so we really can't do this. Yeah.
Oh, TT.
Interesting.
TT.
Yeah.
TT. Good old days of Tristan Thompson and his motivational press conferences that led to absolutely nothing.
James, when did you realize those TT quotes and everything? When did you realize that the team really is probably just rolling their eyes at what he was saying?
I don't
Except
think
Tyrese, because Tyrese loves TT.
Yeah, I think everybody was enjoying like the approach and stuff, but you still got to be a player, And I don't mean a playa, I mean a player. Like,
well,
like bars.
So,
James.
yeah. I mean, you do. You've got to be somebody who can actually go out on the court and make an impact. And on occasion, Tristan Thompson did that in Sacramento, but. That's always been the problem. The 1 or 2 leaders that they do have typically don't play. So it's one thing to have a big voice in the locker room. It's another thing to go out on the court and be like, man, your big voice ain't helping us over here while you're sitting on the bench and can't get on the court. Mm-hmm. And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Oh, Tristan.
Tristan actually, I agree with James. He wasn't that bad as a King. Like production-wise, when he actually played, I'm not sure why he didn't play more. But
because they had 14 centers on the roster.
Yeah.
Had to get those Alex Len minutes in.
Well, see that there we go. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
It's that Alex Lynn actually didn't play too bad either. It was
he didn't. I don't think Alex Lynn played bad at all.
Nah, he played well. I thought him and TT played well, but it just wasn't enough, I guess.
Well, it's just tough because they neither one truly fit. I think Lynn fits better with the system than Tristan Thompson does, but Damian Jones is kind of like we talked about it during the season. He's kind of the Rashawn Holmes like clone. Mm-hmm. So when you don't have, if you have another guy who can do similar things and has the athleticism, speed, and all that stuff, he just kind of fit better. And I thought Alex Lynn would have fit in better because he fit in really well 2 years ago. But again, Alex, he didn't stay healthy the whole season. And on top of that, like everyone else on the roster, I believe he got COVID. And he was a guy that had a really tough time shaking it the first time. Yeah. And it's just every once in a while it doesn't work out. And again, they had too many people. Like, how do you tell somebody, hey, you're not going to play for the next 4 games? And, oh, wait, I need you in the third quarter because so-and-so just picked up 4 fouls.
Right.
4 got scratched in the eyeball. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Man.
We've talked to James a lot about the various coaching candidates. We've talked about first-year head coaches. We've talked about the veterans. Now, James, I'm going to ask you your preference. Where you think the Kings should go with this coaching hire, and we'll do that. James Ham returns.
I just got a real quick player comp when we come back to that I want to ask James. Some light bulb went off.
Kenny's light bulbs have gone off.
Pause.
We will explain. D'Lo and Casey returns here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Can't say nothing on this show.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh, man, you most definitely can't.
You got like a premium peacock.
I'll be right back.
Yeah, hey, John Poles, you make a really good point about Alex Lynn and the Ukrainian thing. That did wear on him. It was, yeah, that was tough. It wore on him big time. And, I think that's going to be, it's very understandable. So, should have kept DeLon. Yes. Yep. I agree. Like, I like Davion, but if you had DeLon Wright and Moses Moody, I think you would have been a better team. And that's not a knock on Davion. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, DeLon, I thought he played really, I'm not breaking news. I thought he played really well at the end of the season last year. And I was surprised that they didn't look at that as something they valued. And we're like, all right, we're going to keep this going in the next year. I know they had to do what they had to do to protect themselves from Rashawn, but I don't know, Jay. Like, when you talk about like a guy like Tristan Thompson, and when, I talk about this with some of these wings guys, right? Kind of feels like you can find these guys anywhere, right? Like, you can find a 6'10" guy to just sign if it's another body, especially the way they had Tristan Thompson. It wasn't like he was playing 25 minutes a night. Like, there were games he wasn't even playing. Like, if that's what you were going to do with him, you could have kept DeLon and found like I said, there's 6'10" guys all over the place.
No, their concern was very specific. Their concern was that they wouldn't be able to sign Rashawn Holmes, and that they didn't know if they were in on the Alex Lynn sweepstakes. So they thought Rashawn Holmes was like 50-50, maybe a little bit more to leave. And that would have left them with Damian Jones, Chimezie Metu, and Marvin Bagley as their only 4s going into draft night. And so that's why they pulled that deal off the day before. And they probably should have waited. And we also should have looked at that and said, I wonder if they're going to draft a guard. But we didn't. We didn't think that way. You just knew they'd have to get another guard, but that's what they did. So I think that was a timing issue more than anything else. And it was just it was a mistake. But at the end of the day, how big of a mistake is it that you didn't keep DeLon Wright, who's played for like 34 of the 30 teams during his career? I've got like a small tsetse fly attacking me. And so Darvin Ham and Atkins are out from King Voss. Darvin Ham, here, I'll just pop this up. Darvin Ham is interviewing with the Lakers. That doesn't mean he'll get the Lakers job. It does not mean he's out of the running for the Kings job. So, not that I've heard, at least. Kenny Atkinson is not in the coaching search in Sacramento.
Yeah. Yeah. Your explanation was different than another one that was given. There was another one given that he didn't want it.
Oh, you've heard that?
Unfortunately, I did.
No. Well, that's not what I've heard.
Well, I know I'm trying to keep this vague because I think we had that conversation when the cameras were off. I think you've talked about it, but we didn't have that conversation. So I want to be careful about.
No, it's okay. Yeah, that's interesting.
But
someone also said they thought that they drafted Davion before moving DeLon. That's not the way it worked. They traded for the day before the draft, and the deal wasn't consummated until 2 days later. It was until the Saturday. It wasn't complete, but it was a done deal before the draft.
I'm still stuck on the fact that there was a sweepstakes for Alex Len.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, Walton begged them to get Alex Len when he got waived from Toronto. They're like, just bring him back. And then I think Washington at that point had a worse record, and they put in for him and beat the Kings to him because they claimed him.
We're coming back, guys. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live as well. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Headed into our Friday evening with the 1320 Kings insider, James Ham. KC, before we dive into the coaches, you had a player comp you wanted to throw at Ham?
Yeah, I was just watching the playoffs, without the Kings in it as usual, wishing upon a star. And I looked at a guy and I was like, I wonder if Davion could be this guy. I wonder what James Ham's thinking. Even you, Damian Garland, I haven't mentioned to you at all either. Is there any world where Davion turns into Jalen Brunson?
Things that make you go,
I'm not sure because, I mean, their games are slightly similar, but I don't know.
Jalen's a little better shooter naturally. Like I watched him at Villanova. The 4-year guy. I think he was 4-year, at least 3 years out of Villanova. An older guard coming into the league. I always thought his shot was a little more pure from the moment I saw him than Davion, but he has that shiftiness, low to the ground, great handle. He's a little thicker than Davion, so he uses that to his advantage sometimes. But I don't know. I'm more so than just like their body types or their trajectories. It was more so of here's a guy that had a lot of success in college, an older guy, took a year or two to really find his groove and find where he was at. And when did, I'm not saying Davion's going to be putting up 40-point games or anything like that, but Jalen Brunson, he was already before this playoffs was going to get paid a little bit because of his performance. And I just wondered, I was like, I wonder if Davion could get to that point.
Yeah, when I watch him play too, I mean, he's super, super impressive. He's so strong. He reminds me of Malcolm Brogdon a bit, how, they all of a sudden took this step and were just way better than you thought they would be. But I'll also say this, a lot of his like big games tend to be when Luka is gone. So like they play okay together. But I think that also speaks that it's tough to find somebody to play with Luka. Luka is one of those guys that you really have to, it's a 100% buy-in. Everyone has to buy into what he's doing. Mm-hmm. And then you just have to be a role player, star in your role alongside him. So maybe it's easier to find just random guys that work with him, but ball dominant guys don't work with him at all typically. So Brunson had a really good season, and you're right, he's getting paid. I mean, he's going to get big money this offseason, I believe. There's not a lot of teams with cap space, but he's one of the few guys that you look at and go, okay, I can see where someone's going to pay him 15 to 20 million bucks a year. And that might have to be, again, it could be the Dallas Mavericks that pay that money. But he's done just remarkable job, especially in the playoffs without Luka. And I kept wondering why Utah wasn't doubling him and sending traps at him to get the ball out of his hands, like Dallas was doing with Donovan Mitchell.
You answered that earlier. Utah was not interested in this playoff series.
They weren't interested at all. Yeah.
They were ready to go home.
Yeah, they were. They
were
had
ready
gone
to go home
fishing
in
already.
March.
That's what it sounds like. Brunson's numbers, by the way, through his career, 9.3 points per game, 8.2, 12.6 this year, 16.3 points per game for Jalen Brunson on 50% shooting from the field. That's a good comp right there. I like that. I thought you might be trying to work Alvarado in there somewhere.
Yeah, I was worried about that too.
Yeah, I was confident that's where you were going.
Locked up for 4 years anyway, so.
But you went with Brunson, so I appreciate that.
Another one for another day is somebody mentioned Kyle Lowry one day, and if you look at Kyle Lowry and the way he started his season,
Davion,
somebody's mentioned that's another one for another day.
It's tough because when you look at players, you want to look at and like just make comps because you see physical tools, you see some of the similar moves, some of that stuff. But at the end of the day, like that's the hardest thing when you're looking at the draft and you say, okay, I see this player, and this player. If, we talked about this, who was it with, Tari Eason. Like to me, he really like, there's a couple of player comps and the player comps are like way off each other, but they're really not. So like I see Josh Smith and I see Thomas Robinson and everyone goes, oh man, Josh Smith was such a better player. Yes, he was. He was also like the 19th pick in the draft and Thomas Robinson was the 6th pick in the draft, 5th pick in the draft.
Yeah.
5th. Yeah. So like the talent on both of them is very similar. One of them got it, one of them didn't. So that's what you're always waiting. Like, opportunity meets like that moment where you like step up and meets preparation, right? So when it comes to Davion, I think he's got the potential to do good things. Could he like fall into a place like Jalen Brunson where all of a sudden he's given an opportunity like that? Maybe. We saw it in the last like 10 games of the year, but it's still really tough because those are guys you almost have to hand your team over to.
James, we've a week ago, the list of prospective coaches came out for the Sacramento Kings, and it was a unique mix of potentially first-time head coaches and veteran head coaches. You spent an exhaustive amount of time this week on this show breaking down each candidate. You spent an even more number of hours writing for the Kings Beat, doing the Kings Beat podcast. So we mentioned you were on the Deuce and Mo podcast earlier, breaking all of this down. So now that you have presented all of this information on the various candidates to all of us, what would your preference be? Not necessarily, and if you want to give a name, that's fine. But what would your preference be in terms of what a veteran head coach could do for this team versus what a first-year head coach could do for this team?
No, it's a really good question because when it's hard to break this down, right? If you're looking at where the Kings are today and what they need to get them over the hump and, the fact that you've lost 16 consecutive seasons and you haven't made the playoffs, that would like say, hey, maybe somebody who has an idea that is a seasoned coach can come in and really step in and make such a huge difference right away. And if that's the case, then like Mike D'Antoni would be my choice. But the problem is, like, I think I said this last show, if I'm making this hire, I'm looking for the next big thing. I'm looking for someone that has the potential to be here for a decade, that someone that could build something special in Sacramento. They could build something that, if you lose a player, you're able to go out and get new players, which the Kings can't do right now because of a lot of their inconsistencies within the walls of the building. So I would be looking for someone that I could grow with, that could develop not just players, but a system that could be sustainable for, years. And that takes away a lot of these coaches. Like most of the veteran coaches, it just wipes them off the board. But that would be my personal preference. Like, I don't think, again, the Mark Jackson situation, there's too much there with Mark Jackson that are red flags. And I can't do that. If I'm the Kings, like I don't understand, like if he gets to round 2 and there's potential for it, even though I literally have heard that he's got a shot, but that doesn't make any sense. Like it just doesn't make any sense overall. He may have the coaching chops, but we don't know if he's got the coaching chops just because he did it one time, 9 years ago with a group that 3 of which are going to be in the Hall of Fame. Doesn't mean that he can do it here in Sacramento at all. And sure, he turned a franchise around, but he also had a lot of help with that. But then, when I look at the younger candidates, they just all make a lot of sense. I think the easiest pick, and I'll say it again, if he would take the job, the easiest pick is Mike Brown, because he's both young enough to grow with, but seasoned that he's been there and he's seen a lot. He's seen the good, he's seen the bad. He's also seen a lot of good with LeBron James, so that makes it easier to see good. The Kings don't have LeBron James, and that's why when you look at some of these guys, you look at Darvin Ham, you look at Charles Lee in Milwaukee. Like they've had a good run here with Giannis, and they've helped develop Giannis. But at the same time, Giannis, Chris Middleton, Drew Holiday, they don't play in Sacramento. So can you do it without those guys? And again, they were both in Atlanta with Budenholzer, where he again had 4 guys make the All-Star team one year. And the Kings just don't have that. So I got to make sure that you've got the coaching chops that can, get past the fact that you don't have a superstar. And that's where, again, like I've said it here. I think I've said it on the podcast. My choice right now would be Will Hardy, but I could be totally wrong. Like he could not capture the imagination of older players. He could have trouble transitioning. It's almost like when we look at, again, like the Tari Eason comparison, you don't know. Like he looks like he would be good at the job. He's got the understanding. He's been in the league 12 years. He's worked with some of the greatest up and coming coaches ever. He's worked with one of the greatest player development coaches there in San Antonio. He's trained under probably the greatest coach, certainly in this era, but probably in every era, because he's done it in a small market. So that's another thing. He's also done this in a small market. He's been a coach in a small market where he understands that your talent you have to maximize talent as much as anything else. And so he's still the guy that I look at and I kind of go, okay, I'm really interested in you because you've been in the league for 12 years. You're only 34 years old. You've been a lead assistant on really, really good, some bad San Antonio teams, but he's a lead assistant on the Boston Celtics and just they're rolling. So he's the guy that really does capture my imagination in this whole search. But that doesn't mean I'm right because this thing can go sideways in a heartbeat. And he could be the wrong guy in 2 years and be like everyone else who gets a 2-for-1 special. They get paid 2 years they get paid for 4 years to work 2.
Not a bad gig.
It's not a bad gig. Where do I sign up for? Let me be the Kings coach. You know what I mean? And then get an opportunity.
Yeah, we work 4 years and get paid for 2.
That's funny.
I'm liking the idea of a guy like Will Hardy, you know what I mean, or Darvin, like a new guy, a young guy that this franchise can grow with. Now,
better not cry though, or Willie's gonna hate him, or Kenny's gonna hate him.
Not gonna hate him.
Willie Green for crying.
I was gonna ask. I was like, well, why'd you cry? It's only the first round. Like, I don't know, Willie. Willie, go ahead, cry on, man.
He's soulless, James. Don't mind him. Kenny is a soulless human being.
I didn't understand. And then Chris Paul was crying too. I was like, why are you crying? It was weird. It was weird. But, James had a very good point on the Kings beat a couple weeks ago. And you guys know I'm impatient, Kenny. I said 17 can't happen. All right. They need to take care of this ASAP this year, get to the playoffs, or else people are gone. All right. Well, in all reality, James, I agree with you. I don't know if you can necessarily do this. I understand that you have to give Monty time to build something up, but even more importantly, you don't want to continue the same cycle that you've had, because if you get rid of Monty, you're not going to get rid of this coach that you just hired. So now you're going to have the coach here again with a new general manager, and it's the same thing over and over again. So I don't know. I fall back a little bit on this is between us. I don't want Monty and them to know this, because they still need to feel the heat from what we're talking about here on D-Lo and Casey. This is between us. But yeah, I don't think you can just get rid of everybody, even if it's not successful this year. You can get rid of a lot of people, but not everybody.
Well, I'm not making a coaching decision on this season. And I'll also tell you that, like, all the young coaches that have found success in the league, it's about 50-50. But it's probably less than that with retread coaches. You know, I think that you're just trying to find the right guy. And I think I said this last time we talked. The biggest problem I have is that the Kings are watching these other teams, you know, Willie Green and, what's his name in Minnesota, Finch, Taylor Jenkins in Memphis. It's not just that the Kings are falling behind in talent. They're falling behind in a structure, in a culture, and like what it is that it is to be Kings basketball. Because I can tell you, I know what it is. I know what the Memphis Grizzlies basketball style is. Like, there's no question. And it's not just jaw. It's that those dudes play so hard and they don't give up. I remember 2 years ago watching that team going, they're down 12 with a minute and a half left in the fourth quarter, and they're fouling every possession. And they're giving it to you. They do not let you leave the building without playing out the entire 48 minutes. Well, how many years do I have to hear about the Kings trying to get 48 minutes out of their team? Like, we're playing maybe 37 minutes of good basketball, but it's that other 9 minutes or that other 11 minutes that we get clubbed. I mean, I remember George Karl saying it again and again. Every coach says it. But then I watch Memphis. Well, they're giving it to you. They give a solid 48 minutes of basketball every single night. So the Kings, that should be the number one thing on this list. How do I find the culture setter that changes the way that we play the game and develops an identity for us that is distinctly Sacramento, that is if you're going to play here, this is how you play. And these other teams are moving ahead. They've got their guys, and the Kings just sit back and, you know, make one coaching mistake after another, even if, you know, the mistake is to not give someone enough time. That's still a coaching mistake, but they keep making these mistakes.
Yeah, and we got in depth in that conversation earlier, because after the Bucks won, like, I realized, you know, we were talking about firing Mike Budenholzer. Like, Mike Budenholzer was, like, legitimately on the hot seat.
Last season, he was almost gone. Yeah.
Like, and I mean, Kobe Altman, the general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers, like, same thing. Kobe Altman was on the hot seat, and they stuck with him, and they've started to put something together there in Cleveland. And it's like, at some point, you've got to freaking stick with something. Like, you've got to stick with something and give it you essentially have to give it an opportunity to fail and rebound from that. You got to give it an opportunity to come back from its failures, instead of at the first sight be out, especially when you're the guy doing the hiring, like Monty McNair, like Vivek Ranadive for Monty, like Monty for this head coach. These guys need to be in sync. This front office and this coaching staff need to be in sync, so they have time to build together.
Yeah, I mean, if there is a question right now about how many years Monty McNair has left on his deal, that needs to be addressed right now. Just to address it. Like, you know, he's going to hire a coach with a 3 or a 4 year deal. So give him that contract right now. Say, look, this is where we're going. And the problem that you have is they did this with Vlade, right? They extended Vlade's contract and then fired him, but they extended Vlade's contract to match Luke's. And so they're still paying Vlade. They're going to pay him until I think it's next season still that Luke had. They're paying Luke next year $6.5 million. I think it is.
And aren't they paying Alvin next year too?
No, well, they're paying Alvin as an assistant. That's why he got an interim bump.
That's right. Front office Alvin. That's right.
All of the assistants are most of the assistants, from what I know, are under contract for next season. And so
welcome, 1320 Kings insider Alvin Gentry. Here, he's the newest member of the Kings beat. Like, we don't know what to do with Alvin. I don't know. Give him to James. Let him do something with James.
Just pay him and send him my way. I'll take him. I love Alvin. He'd be great on a podcast every week.
I think he would.
Yeah. So no, I mean, like, look, that's the problem though. Like, you need stability. You need to have this situation where you hire a GM and then his contract doesn't match up with a coach, and then you fire a GM and then you still have a coach for 3 years. You got to stop it. It's happened so many times. It happened, where you hired Michael Malone and then a couple of weeks later you hired Pete D'Alessandro, and the first thing Pete did was undermine his coach, wouldn't give him the players he needed, and then walked into the summer and tried to fire him and couldn't, and then walked into the season and fired him 20 games in or whatever it was. You got to stop that. And you did the same thing. You let Pete hire George Karl, and then Vlade stuck with George Karl and wanted him out the second he got there. So you just keep repeating history, and until you break that cycle and you get on the same page, you're going to keep having the inconsistencies on the court, because you can't, do what I say, do not what I do type deal. Like, they do not practice what they preach at all. They're not consistent as an ownership group, as a management group. They're not consistent, with what they do with their coaching staff and everybody else. They want you to be patient, and then they're not patient, and they fire people all the time. And it's just like, just choose a path, stick with it, and get out of the way. Let it happen. Let's see what happens organically, and see if you can find a winner and have this thing turn around on its own by not meddling and not getting in the way of what potential success could be.
Potential success. Oh, what a beautiful thought. Potential success. Well, hopefully we'll at least, like, you believe that this list is going to be kind of dropped down to a handful of candidates. Hopefully by the time we return here next week, we'll have an idea of who those candidates are. Make sure you subscribe to the Kings Beat newsletter and the Kings Beat podcast. You can head over to thekingsbeat.com to do all of that. Of course, you can search the Kings Beat in your podcast platform. Search D'Lo and KC as well, whether it's Spotify, Apple, Google Play, or here on the Odyssey app, whatever it may be. You'll be able to find both of those podcasts. We appreciate you so much for being with us here today. We appreciate you so much for being here with us this week. Have a wonderful weekend. Be safe. D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. And we will see you here Monday at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go T-Wolves.
We are done.
I need a game 7. I need a game 7.
Yeah. That was fun, isn't it? Like, look at the experience they're getting. Look at the experience that the Pelicans got, even though they got bounced. I mean, it's just...
Yeah, it was big time for them, in my opinion.
It was.
Not in
for
Kenny's,
Minnesota, too?
It was big time. I don't know if it was big time enough to cry, but it was big time.
Yeah, that's tough, like getting emotional on yeah.
Not allowed to get emotional.
Yeah, no, Chip England is not looking for a head coaching job. I don't even know if he's heir apparent to Pop. That someone asked that, but Chip is who I'm talking about when I talk about, like, he is one of the great player development coaches in the league.
Mm.
Yeah, and he worked right alongside Will Hardy for a couple of years. Will Hardy basically took over the development team, and did things like coach summer league every year and stuff like that. And the other thing that I don't know why we don't mention this and why I haven't mentioned it, Will Hardy has been part of the Team USA crew for a while, and that is some of the best experience that you'll ever get, because not only are you coaching like the greatest of the greats for the most part, except for when Pop brings all of his guys that aren't that great but still get to play on the Olympic team.
Rogers out of this.
No, it's more like what was it? Keldon Johnson? Was that who they had? And Derek White. Like he was choosing Derek White over, or he was playing Derek White over De'Aaron Fox when De'Aaron Fox left Team USA. But the like everything I've heard about their program itself, it's just like everything is perfect. Like they do everything the right way. It's such a well-oiled machine. And it's to have him be part of that and learn from the greatest coaches in the game. That's just crazy. I mean, because we talk about, like, again, with Will Hardy, it's Messina, like Borrego, Brett Brown, of course, Pop, but England, Becky Hammond, worked with Tim Duncan, Mike Budenholzer, Emi Udoka. Like there's so many coaches he's worked with, but he also goes to Team USA where he's worked with Coach K and he's worked with Steve Kerr and, like all of these legends of the game. He's had these experiences that some of these other guys just haven't got to have. And it's invaluable. I mean, he's learning so much all the time and that's good. He's a basketball lifer and a junkie. And so I think it really does help. It helps your development.
Guys, we got to shut the live stream down. Kenny, I think, has to go to the dentist. Yeah. So we appreciate you guys as always, and we will see you here on Monday.